Okay, welcome and thank you for joining the joint committee meeting. As I already mentioned, if you have not done so, please go in and mark your attendance for today's session. Again, and in case you weren't here when I mentioned it, it's the link that you receive about an hour before the session. Just go in and click that link and do your thumbs up for me. I'd like to remind everyone that since this is a NENA Development Group meeting, the Code of Ethics, which was agreed upon when entering the Zoom session, is applicable, as well the NENA IPR policy as follows. Give me 1 second while I pull that up. On behalf of the National Emergency Number Association, I welcome you to this meeting. It is essential that we observe certain ground rules as we participate in this meeting. Adherence to NENA's intellectual property rights and antitrust policy, last updated February 15, 2023, is necessary in order to participate in this joint committee meeting. This includes an obligation to disclose any IPR you own or control. It also includes the stipulation that you are encouraged to disclose any IPR you have knowledge that your employer that a third party owns or controls. While you and or your employer retain copyright to any contribution you make to this joint committee meeting, by making this contribution, you and or your employer are granting NENA an irrevocable, non-exclusive license to reproduce, modify, and distribute any writings, audio, video, or images submitted. It is important that discussions at this meeting address only that information needed for legitimate functioning of NENA and the joint committee meeting. Relative to any company or companies represented by any of us, there can be no discussion of prices, terms and conditions such as credit terms, markups, or profits, geographical areas in which a company or companies seek or may seek to do business, the persons or companies with whom a company or companies will or will not do business, production costs, or any future marketing plans. Any departure from these ground rules could result in severe civil and criminal penalties to you as individuals and or to your companies. Federal sentencing guidelines mandate jail sentences for antitrust violations and call for criminal fines that may range into the millions of dollars. NENA is committed to complying with any applicable antitrust laws and regulations. Before participating in this meeting, you are encouraged to familiarize yourself with NENA's complete intellectual property rights and antitrust policy, available at www.nena.org/page/IPR. If you believe this policy has been violated at any time during our meeting, you must immediately state your objection, withdraw from the meeting, and notify the NENA staff, the chair of the relevant NENA committee, and one or more of the appointees to the NENA Development Steering Council. It is a condition of your participation. If everybody could check to see if they're muted, please. If you do not accept these terms, please leave the meeting at this time. All right, thank you for your patience with that. Okay, so the joint committee meetings, or JCM, if you're new to this, and I'm going to go through this again in case some of you weren't here yesterday and you're new to the joint committee meetings. They are intended to allow an opportunity to discuss any concerns or challenges a working group is facing, to bring to light possible conflicts or duplications of work, and to gain feedback to ensure the work being completed is moving in a positive direction. Active participation by attendees is wanted and encouraged. That means through the chat as well. Please ask your questions through the chat if you have trouble getting your hand raised in order to ask a question or make a comment. Conversations will be handled in a respectful and professional manner. When we aren't respectful and professional, we run the risk of losing the value of participation we hope to foster by this event, so please be kind. To ensure everyone can share their thoughts in an orderly fashion, we are instituting a few ground rules. First, the sessions will be recorded. I've already started the recording. These will be placed in NENA Workspace at the end of JCM. So for quality assurance purposes, all participants, with the exception of the speakers and moderators, will be muted. If you have a question or comment, please use the reactions raise or lower hand feature located at the bottom of the screen. The speakers will call upon those who have their hands up raised to speak. So please, they'll call on you and then you can unmute yourself, speak, be a part of the conversation, and then please mute yourself and put your raise your hand button down when you've completed that. To ensure that everyone can speak, please do not speak unless you're called upon. Okay, as far as session logistics, the sessions are scheduled between 30 minutes and 2 hours and vary throughout the event. There is a 30-minute morning / lunch break and a 15-minute afternoon break as well. It is for any sessions that run, like yesterday, we had a session that ran 2 hours, and the speaker decided to go ahead and take a break in the middle of that, and that's perfectly fine as well. We are trying to stay trying best to stay on track to the advertised schedule, but the sessions may run early or run longer, and this may impact our start and end times for the sessions. As well, presenters, just remember to begin to close your session about 5 minutes before the next session for the transition of presenters. And while the presentations have been provided to me, I am not running your presentation, but if for some reason you're running into trouble, I'm happy to do that for you.
Dan's got his hand raised.
Dan does. Hey, Dan.
Hey, are we done with preliminaries?
Yes, sir. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, no problem. I want to take the opportunity while I have Brian Rosen's and Brandon Abley's attention that the RFC, this omnibus RFC for creating the IANA registries. Can we get that finalized, please?
Yeah. I think there's a few things that were noted and working groups that needed to get done that I don't think are done, but I'm trying to figure out where those are. And then we can ask ECRIT to start final processing.
And the stuff that's blocking, can we prune so that we can get the registries, as many registries created as possible? Because this is a critical component of our standards that is missing.
Understood. We'll see what we can do.
And other stuff, like the validation for certs under the PCA, we have like an exception from the policy authority, the NIOC, to just go, even though technically we can't honor our validation policy. So yeah, like I agree, we need to get it done. I think the omnibus RFC creates the registries, and then standards can populate them.
That's exactly. Yes.
And I'm happy to do the yeoman's work, but I haven't actually led an RFC before. So I just need some guidance. I will make the time. I can make it happen. But I do need some mentorship.
All that we need to do is to issue a new update that addresses, there were some typos noted, I think, by Randall. There was at least 2 things that people noted that we wanted to get fixed. Things people pointed out, problems. I don't remember. I'd have to go back through. I don't know where I'm going to find them, but I know that a couple of issues were raised and we said, well, we can do that in the omnibus, and I don't remember what they were. But we need to get that done and then put out a new version, and then we ask ECRIT to start working group last call.
Yeah. I mean, this is kind of a hijack, but it's actually prudent for JCM because it affects a bunch of standards.
Yeah, it's version 3 came out 2 years ago. We still without registries. That's unacceptable.
I have my hand raised, so can I speak?
Sure.
Building on what Dan requested, that there was also this issue with the XML schema for the PIDF that doesn't have a permanent location, and is that something that can be addressed with this omnibus RFC?
I don't know. I don't remember where I was with that discussion. Send me an email and remind me to check to see where the state of that is. I was trying to gauge in how much pushback I would get trying to do that, regardless of how I did it. Would I get pushback from trying to do it? Because it's not the way the ITF worked at that time. And they don't usually like people going and changing how things are done. They change their process, but they typically don't go back unless there's a really good reason and try and redo old stuff to meet the new thing. If there's a new RFC that updates the old one, then you can go and do the new thing. That's fine. But just putting out an RFC that updates it to the new standard is usually frowned on. But I can ask. I don't remember if I have asked and haven't gotten a reply, or never asked the right guy what pushback would be if we tried to do it.
Right. It was a question of months, right? Between the time the registry was set versus by an RFC versus the time that the PIDF RFC was sent out. But yes, I do remember that you have agreed to check offline with some IETF gurus there
Yeah.
to see if that would be acceptable. But I can resend that email to you.
Yeah,
Brandon.
just a reminder so that I don't forget it.
I think it would be helpful overall. Otherwise, implementers have to do copy paste of what's in the RFC rather than relying on a validated schema directly from a permanent source.
Yeah.
Are we ready for Cindy to get started on her session? I don't want to interrupt the conversation if there's more to say.
I think we're done.
Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started then. Cindy is going to give us an update on the NENA operational procedures.
Good morning, everyone. So I am the co-chair of the work group, and Brian is going to assist me today on the presentation. So the session goals for this morning are to update the NDG on the document management work group and its scope of work, what we've been working on, let you know we're proposing to rename ADM 001 to NDG 001, highlight the main details that are undergoing revision in NDG 001, as we're calling it or planning to call it, and to answer questions if we have time permitting. So this is the update. ADM 001 is the NENA Development Group operational procedures. As I indicated, we're proposing to rename it to NDG 001. The reason that we are moving in that direction is that this is a unique document and foundation of the SDO and unique reviews by ANSI. The major rewrite of NDG 001 to remove non-ANSI related material for publication in the NENA knowledge base, as an example, the NDG guide.
I do want people to be thinking about this. There was some controversy in this decision. It has to do with the trade-off of having all the information that you need in one document versus only having things that ANSI has to approve and having to go through an ANSI process in order to change it. And the current decision is split it across two documents so that the things that ANSI doesn't have to change don't have to be dealt with in the ANSI process, but can be done totally within us, the NENA process. And if that doesn't strike you as the right compromise, we probably would like to hear from you about that.
We've added issue submission form procedures. We've added charter management procedures specifically for an initial charter, changes to an existing charter, the 10-day business review of charter by the NDG members, the DSC approval of the charter, and the elevated role of charter and the need for updates to the charter to manage the work group scope.
This is a pretty big deal. We are making the charter more visible and more important to the operation of a working group. Personally, as a chair, I like a charter because it lets me tell people that's outside of our charter. We don't have to do that work, or we're not going to do that work. or we're not supposed to do that work. It's a scope limiting advantage. But it does cause more work for all of you because we have to change the charter every time we add new work. You may have noticed there's a lot of charter discussions going on now that Sandy has started to make sure that we have charters for all of our current working groups in kind of preparation for this change. But improving the role of the charter, elevating the role of the charter is one of the big changes that is in this document. It makes the charter more important and requires that work groups restrict to their charter, which I think is generally a good thing. There's processes to modify the charter and the DSC approves those. That's standard stuff. But we are making the charter much more visible and much more important in our process.
Brandon has his hand up.
Yeah, I see it. Brandon, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and Brian makes like a really important point for scope management, right? Especially with any ANSI, approved stuff or ANSI projects, which Sandy has like a more detailed session later about, but it would be really good for our community to better internalize the idea that we have a scope. This is what we are doing. We don't need to fully satisfy every single comment or every single contribution on this, this work product. It is perfectly okay to say, okay, this is not in our scope right now, or this is a big modification. We accept your contribution. We defer it to the next version. We handle it fairly. I think it's really important that some of our groups do this. I forget exactly which work group, but think about like 8-9 months ago, one of the GIS groups, asked staff for advice. Be like, we have all these comments, we will never finish our document. What do we do? And I responded, it's perfectly okay to say that this is a huge modification. This is out of scope for the current project, but we accept the comments. It's deferred. It will be considered, but right now this is out of scope for what we are doing right now. And I think that's really important. And a strong charter that is recent and currently valid is a very strong justification, to say like, look, this is valid, but this is not what we are doing right now.
So you should expect more review and comments on your charter. That's the point. We're going to do a review of charter. And if other people don't think your charter is well defined, or it interferes with the scope of another charter or something else, that you're going to have to resolve that. And that is going to be a new process that everybody is dealing with. And I hope, and I sincerely hope, that people take charter reviews very seriously. It's important to know what somebody is doing and have a very clear description of what that task is. So that means your part, even if you're not a work group chair that's trying to get a charter done or a modification to a charter done, your job as a reviewer is really important. And I encourage you, whenever you see the announcement of 10-day business reviews for charters, to take the time to review the charter and submit comments. It's important.
I strongly agree. Yeah. Especially if we are all successful to shift the culture to defer issues that come up midstream or in public comment, right? The charter is the justification, right? So if you have protests or like big ideas about like the kind of work that must be done, when the charter is proposed, that's the best place to make those protests. Not in like a nuclear comment that says like, this is all wrong and, et cetera, which is kind of how we have been doing things.
I think we're done, Sandy.
All right, We're also fully describing the appeals process and described its scope as to process and not content of the document.
Yeah, the appeals process was it was done inconsistently throughout the document. We've tried to make sure that there are appeals opportunities for most decisions, not every decision, but most decisions, and make the processes for those defined and as much as possible the same. But the important thing, which I'm sure you know, but we emphasized in the wording, is that the appeal is to the process and not the content. You can't appeal content decisions. You can appeal the process by which those decisions were made.
We clarified the NENA staff roles regarding voting as members of the DSC. So the Technical Issues Director and the 911 and PSAP Operations Director are voting members. The NENA CRM is a non-voting member of the DSC. The NENA style editors, if a committee co-chair, may be voting members of the DSC.
This is current practice. We've been doing this, but our documents wasn't clear about it.
We clarified the working group voting rights and responsibilities of work group members as a part of the work group and the CRM role in managing the entities along with work group co-chairs. So there are primary voting members, secondary voting members, and authorized observers.
This is mostly a wording change. It doesn't really change the process that most work groups have worked on for a while, but the wording is much more clear. The authorized observer thing is fully baked, and the what a secondary voting member gets to do and how that works is clarified. But there's not a lot of process change here. It mostly is making the words match what we actually do.
We added a process for the dissolution of a work group.
We never had one. It was amazing. There was no official way to get rid of a work group.
We adjusted some document categories for NDG works for efficiency of administration. So new for the NENA Development Group procedures and practices for standards development, formerly, as I've already talked about, ADM 001, is now renamed and in a separate category given ANSI.
Right. So again, there will still be ADM documents, but they will be, not ANSI reviewed. They'll have the process for changing them will be roughly identical, except for the ANSI review steps. You don't have to do a BSR 8. You don't have to, you don't have to run the ANSI processes. So there still will be ADM documents. It's just we wanted to make the things that ANSI have to approve different, and they're going to be the NDG documents. And there may only be one, but there could be others.
The NENA standard document, STA or STA, the NENA requirements document, REQ, the NENA information document, INF.
All of those are the same.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yep, those are all the same. We haven't changed any of those.
The NENA reference publication, REF, the administrative publication, ADM, and then NENA forms or FRM, such as ADM 008 will become FRM 008 and can be changed administratively without extensive review.
Right. So again, ADM stays around, but it'll use the internal NENA process, not an ANSI process. And forms are just not ADM documents. They're forms, and we'll treat them with a little less. They don't need as much review to change a form. You have to if you want to change the document that the form deals with, the process that deals with the form, that's fine. That has to go through the full review process, but changing the form itself doesn't need much.
An example of a surviving ADM document is 12, which is the schema data structures type document that to change would require currently the draft and all committee or NDG review.
Yeah. So that will stay. I mean, there still will be an all committee review for ADM documents, but not for forms.
We moved the NENA document numbering schema out of NDG 001 and into the NDG guide.
Yeah, this is just, we don't need ANSI to deal with our numbering scheme. And we clarified with them that wasn't important to them. They don't care what we call them. Just as long as we're consistent about things that we ask them to review.
We noted that approved supplements for a STA must be coordinated and updated in a timely fashion and potential need to update a published standard. So an example would be the NENA registry system managed XML schemas and registries, or the IANA registries, or the REST JSON interface descriptions and other artifacts outlined in NENA ADM 012, or NENA rules for the use of version control repositories.
Right. So again, here there was the original ADM 01 was silent on these issues, but as we all know, they're very important these days. So we added text that talks about it, and we worked pretty hard to make sure that ANSI wasn't in the path of dealing with this stuff, but we had to acknowledge that these things were part of the document and needed to be considered as when reviews were done. So we couldn't totally escape ANSI processes for this. So there's some wording in which we tried hard to make sure that modifying them didn't take ANSI, but reviewing them was part of the review that the ANSI process encompassed.
We clarified language for openness and balance of work groups' interest categories. So there's a producer, developers or providers of 911 related products or services, the user, those who utilize 911 related products or services, and general interest, other interested parties who do not fit in a user or producer category.
Now, our goal here was not to change current practice, but to make the words match what we have been doing for current practice. So this shouldn't change anything.
We identified and described formal consensus and informal consensus. So a formal consensus is achieved by a ballot of the consensus body, which requires at least half of the eligible voters of record to vote, counting any abstentions, to establish a valid vote process. And when 2/3 of those casting ballots cast a vote to approve it, not counting abstentions.
This is the current process. We better described it, but it is the current ballot process. We haven't changed that.
An informal consensus may be determined by voice vote, informal ballot, or other collaboration tool polling features. Working group chairs determine if overwhelming consensus has been achieved. If the chairs are unable to determine that overwhelming consensus has been achieved, then a formal consensus ballot must be run.
Here we are writing down what we have been doing and providing instructions to chairs for how to deal with this stuff. I think in most cases, this is current practice, but it codifies it and expressly calls out that if the chairs can't determine that they have overwhelming consensus, then they have to run the ballot.
An approval and publication process was addressed as well. So 3 processes: new documents, existing documents, and errata, which is defined in a new process.
Yeah, so errata has occupied a large part of our time. That has mostly to do with internal disagreements about how to deal with it. But we have a formal errata process defined, which again is pretty much current practice. It's not dissimilar to the current one, but we've clarified how you use it, and when you use it, it's much more clear about when it's appropriate to use the errata process. The new and existing document process is changed, but these definitions and the mechanisms behind them really aren't fundamentally different. That is, new documents and existing documents roughly follow the same process, but we were careful in the wording to talk about how you modify a document and how you create a new one as independently.
We removed the process review committee as its activities were duplicative of steps the CRM already takes, and it saves time in publishing reviewed documents.
No more 30-day process review committee. Well, it's not, it was 5 days, but there is no more process committee, and the time that it took is gone.
At least 2 reviews are conducted for a document. First, the internal workgroup review and style editor review, iterative until internal comments are resolved. Then there's an external review by the public. So BSR 8 form sent to ANSI to post that a NENA STA has been published for ANSI Standards Action Public Review. That's a minimum of 45 days. The CRM initiates a simultaneous NENA public review of a document while ANSI Standards Action Public Review is underway. That too is a minimum of 45 days. Comments from both reviews above are resolved and are repeated if comments are substantive. The workgroup style editor may be asked by workgroup chairs to do another style review.
So this is a fundamental change, right? We used to have a workgroup review, which was not particularly well defined, but there was one. And then we would have an all committee review, and then we would have a public review. We have gotten rid of the middle one. We go from workgroup review to public review. So this is, again, lowering the time it takes to produce a document. And the wording, the rationale is that everybody in development group members are part of public, so they can offer their comments, and we don't need to give them 2 bites at the apple.
The ballot process has been simplified and streamlined. After all comments are resolved, an approval ballot is conducted of all eligible voters based on consensus. Some of the template language for approval ballots was updated. We've removed stable form notice period. In the public review, all reviewers shall determine if any IPR which they are aware of is infringed. All interim ballots were removed, and there is now only an approval ballot at the end.
So this is a big change, right? First of all, we got rid of the stable form notice and the 30-day delay for that. So that's totally gone. But now we don't have to do a ballot to move a document to review. You just have to complete your workgroup review, and then it moves. However, in the end, the workgroup members get to say, yes, I think this document should be published. We've looked at all the comments and we've considered them. We've made all the changes we want to make. This is the document we want published. That's the ballot. And then it goes forward to DSC and onward. So that's a pretty big change to current process.
We updated language for timely review of published documents, minimum every 3 years. So for ANS and NENA documents, clarified language for how NENA will follow the ANSI or ANS period maintenance standard, and listed the steps in NDG 001 for a document going through periodic maintenance under each of the below circumstances. So if it's reaffirmation of a document, no substantive change required, it's considered an ANSI periodic maintenance. If it's a revision, the document requires substantive changes, it's also considered as an ANSI periodic maintenance. If the document's going to be retired or the document's in the process of archive, but is still in use or referenced, it's considered an ANSI stabilized maintenance. Under archived, it's superseded, the document is superseded and is no longer used or referenced. It's considered an ANSI withdraw document.
So here, there was a lot of different things that people did, and there was a lot of misunderstanding about what all the states of a document were. We've tried hard to be clear in the wording of how you determine these things and what you do if in each of the circumstances. And the ones that I think that you want to think about and make sure that we've done right, especially when you get to review this document, is the difference between retired and archived. So retired is this document is in use. People use it, but we don't want anything new built to it. Eventually we're going to archive it, but it's in use. People are, think about the clock standard, the master clock standard, right? Right now, NG stuff, you don't need a clock in your PSAP, you get it off the network. But there's plenty of PSAPs that are still using that clock, still buying clocks, will for some time. And so there are plenty of other documents that are going to go in that retired document. Eventually it'll go away. We understand that, but right now it's okay. And when you go through and review this, think about, have we done that right? Have we defined it correctly? Is it used correctly? Will that work for all the documents that we have? I think the reaffirmation revision ones are pretty clear. And in archive, we have done it seldomly, but we still haven't. And note that even an archive document is listed in NENA.org's web pages, right? All the old ones are still around, but we just mark them as archived.
Guy has his hand raised. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I was wondering, when a document goes into either retired or archived, does that mean that it should no longer be referenced in other NENA documents? So forcing kind of an update of other documents that are referring to it?
That's a good point. And I think we should capture that and think about what we want to say in NDG01 about that. I don't think we've talked about it.
And kind of a related question, when NENA reference documents, NENA documents within its own document, have you clarified whether it should refer to a specific version or more the generic, document number? Because we see it both ways.
Yeah, there is not any text about that in the current document. Probably also a good thing to capture and make sure we consider.
Mike has got a virtual hand up.
I think I can say that the practice seems to be in the groups I've been on, and when you reference a NENA standard or document in your document, you typically put the name of the document and maybe the number up to the first decimal point, but you don't refer to version or date, which is likely to change. And the link should get you to the landing page on NENA.org for that document, which then hopefully will take you to or direct you to the most recent version. So the document references but again, that's not written anywhere in stone. It seems to be a best practice, which has been adopted by most groups that I know of.
Well, I would disagree. I think it's all over the place. Even in one document, you have different ways of referring NENA documents in the same document. So
one thing I'll note, Guy, is that I think in the end, we would probably not want to put advice like that in NDG01, but would put that in the knowledge base, the guide.
Oh, that would be good as well. I'm not saying it should be the ADM document.
Yeah.
But provide guidance for consistency across the NENA community.
I got the point. I agree that we probably should have guidance. I'll note that it will probably be in the guide and not in NDG01, but I still think we should capture that notion and put it somewhere.
All right, Brandon.
I think Dan was first.
And I think Brandon maybe wants to talk about the same subject. I will. But recent discussions I had led me to scare me regarding the update to the NENA website on how we're going to handle documents and standards. I was told that now links will point directly to a particular document. And what Mike Wisłowski was talking about, where standards should not designate a single document, but more a landing page for a document or a document branch. So for example, version 3 or or whatever of STA 10, but not STA 10 .3C.
Right.
Okay, because
3.1.
A and D are as applicable. So we need to ensure that the way we do our webpage, where we have all of our standards, allows for landing page where our documents can point to.
And you can get old versions and things like that.
And strongly agree with Dan. So, you know, most of the NENA websites, you know, most of you don't strongly care or, you know, have standing to comment, right? It's just a website. But the standard section is super important to what we do and how we publish things and how we make stuff available. Stable links are very important, right? That needs to be maintained. So we are working through that right now. The time frame is pretty slim because we're going to launch before the annual conference in June, right? So it's kind of like it's coming right up, and that's like kind of like a detail to the experts that spend a lot of time developing standards, but it's kind of a very important detail because that's how the rest of the world gets it and interacts with it, right? So please engage with myself and Sandy, you know, with how we should present our stuff, right? Because that's really important to everybody. And without advice, we will just do what we think is best, right? But yeah, Dan, I strongly agree that a stable link is imperative, right? We need to have that for everything, not a link to a specific PDF file with, you know, a bunch of freaking characters, right? Based on whoever saved that file.
Agree, because right now you go and the latest published standard, which is conveyance, it points to the PDF directly. We have no landing page for conveyance.
Yeah, so I think we're all saying the same thing. I think we want a landing page. I think the current version wants to be the most prominent thing on that page. I think you want to either have a link to older versions or have them be presented on that page. But I think a stable URI that's a landing page is the right thing.
But
All right.
I will push back softly whether it is a landing page specifically, or just a stable link, you know, with a good user experience. You know, the latter is what we want to do.
Well, you want a stable link, but what does the link get you to? It should not get you to some specific version of the document.
Exactly.
It should get you to something that lets you know what the current version is, but also leads you to older versions.
Agree.
That's a landing page.
Or a content management system or something, right? But
Whatever.
yes, I agree.
Okay, we're just arguing semantics then. Any other comments or questions?
Guy has his hand up.
Yeah, is your hand still up, Guy?
No, I was going to ask a follow-up question on this discussion you just had with Brendan. If it is a landing page, generic landing page, I will take I3, for example, STA 10. STA 10 is currently under version 3 with a few erratas, or errata. 3.1 was coming. So, and 4 will be there in a year or two. So, if once 3.1 is published, are we going to get to the same landing page as what we have for 3? And will that be the same when 4 will be published? The same landing page or a different landing page or a different hyperlink that will lead directly to as Brendan mentioned, the file itself, but with a better user experience. I'm not clear of what exactly this would mean, because if we, you know, again, back to the reference that we have in various NENA documents, some may actually expect a very specific version, not necessarily the latest one.
That's a great point. That goes back to the discussion we had a little while ago, where you may want to point to a specific major version. And in which case you got to have a stable URI for that.
Yeah, down here, I agree, because we're going to have, like, when we go to 4, it doesn't deprecate 3. Okay, they will basically live in parallel, and it's like in content or source code management, you're going to have branches, okay, that will live in parallel. We'll need something similar.
Dan, specifically, we have a category for what happens to 3 when 4 goes out. It is that one that says it's still active, but it's not appropriate for new designs, and eventually it'll be archived.
But still, we need to ensure that that you can still point to version 3 of the document and point to version 4 separately.
I think I agree with that. That's what I said. You need a stable landing page for a major version, not just the base document, because sometimes it matters.
Mike?
I think we probably need to describe how the landing pages are managed and give some mechanism for the working group responsible for the document to get input to the design of the landing page, to the extent that the landing page is going to direct you to some archives or some retired documents and what they want to say about the current document, I think is largely a working group function. And currently some of the pages on nena.org have not been updated and are not really current. So I don't know what the mechanism might be. Brandon might be able to suggest a method by which we can keep landing pages more frequently updated with input from the working groups.
I disagree with that in the sense that all the landing pages should look alike. If you don't know anything about a particular work group and you end up at you got a link to a document, the page you get to should look like all the other document pages that you get to.
Well, but some landing pages are going to have archives and retired documents, and other landing pages are simply going to have one document that anybody goes to that landing page. So they can't be identical.
I think they can. I think, you will get a circumstance where you have, the first version of the document, you don't have any older versions. So I agree that they're variable in that sense, but I don't think they vary in any other sense. There's no working group input to that. It's a mechanical process. Brandon.
Yeah. So, I mean, going back, like a few hands raised, like back to Guy, like obviously a stable link for every version is very important. Because like in a standard, sorry, I'm congested today. When you implement a standard, you incorporate things and you incorporate something specifically, which will eventually be an out-of-date version of something else, which is fine, right? Because that's what your spec says. And it will be the same thing with things that reference a specific vintage of i3 and other NENA standards. So absolutely, it is super important to have a stable link and to have the full history. I really agree. In terms of like the user experience and what people see and what they interact with, certainly our design experts will take some liberty. But what we are doing with presenting the standards of NDG is presenting your work, and we work for you. And we really want to be able to present that appropriately. So we welcome input, absolutely. With like specific design decisions, we will really defer to like the artists. for reasons that should be obvious, but please let us know what we need to do for you.
Tom, go ahead. You're muted.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got a little confused because I thought at first the conversation, Brian, that you had started was that we're gonna have, you know, the design is gonna be that people would put in and or we would put in our own documents to point at other documents. Essentially the NENA.org standards page as being the landing page. And people would be able to, you know, on that page, you know, find the document that they were, you know, looking for. That's a practice that I have used when I've been served as document editor in Addis ESIF, you know, documents that got published where they referenced NENA documents. We never tried to point at the specific document page. We pointed at the NENA.org standards page. Same thing for CISRIC where I was served as editor. I do believe it was a best practice. And I also want to agree, and I think that's how it should remain. I'm hearing you all talk now. What I got confused on, I'm hearing you talk about having, you know, all the landing pages should look alike. I don't know whether it'd be all the landing pages if there's should be only one. That's what confused me. But I also, while I'm speaking, want to agree that whatever this decision turns out to be, you know, to me, it's an internal procedural matter that ANSI wouldn't care about, and the right place to document it would be on, you know, the knowledge base. I think that's all.
Great. Anything else?
I don't see any other hands up.
Great. Let's wrap it up.
All right, so, you know, we hope to have NDG 001 done soon, and then our plan is to move to designing some of the new NENA document templates. As always, if you have an interest in templates or you have ideas, you know, please come and join the work group. There were a couple of posts in the chat if you had to see them promoting participation in the work group. We meet on Fridays from 10 to 11 Eastern generally. While we've been trying to complete the NDG, we've been meeting at 9:15 and completing at 11. So please join us. Mike, you have a question or a comment?
I'm going to ask Cindy. We've been discussing the issue of voting members of the working group, which make up the consensus body, and we had an issue recently about dealing with companies that merge and trying to pick what makes a merged organization deserve their own voting member. Have we resolved that, or is that something that we could seek guidance and suggestions from this wonderful group of attendees as to what's the nature of the participating organization that qualifies them for a voting member of the consensus body?
We had a temporary, we have a current definition. I don't think we've actually finished it, but the current definition was if the owning entity can exert control over what vote is given, then they don't get a separate vote. If it's truly independent, where the owning entity the acquiring entity doesn't exert that level of control, then they can have a separate vote.
Yeah,
That was the last thing we did.
People should understand that our official consensus body is not the working group, but it's the voting members of the working group. And the voting members of the working group generally represent organizations. An organization gets a voting member. But when organizations merge and the authority is a little bit confused, we're not sure how we're picking or deciding whether or not the merged entity is still managed separately, or how to pick or qualify voting members. So,
Brandon.
Yeah, if I recall, I think the specific language we have is a controlling interest, right, between companies and subsidiaries or mergers. But yeah, we are like out of time, but it's a thing that affects a lot of groups. So it's definitely worth being aware of, right?
We go to
Who you-
12:15, Brandon. I think
Oh,
we
we
got,
still have time. Sorry.
Yeah, this session's got another 15 minutes.
Okay, I'm corrected. Okay. Yeah, but it's important because, you know, the industry is always changing, both on the public and private side. We have PSAPs that get consolidated or, you know, like hire the county to just take over to provide service. So it's really important to have good rules and like a good understanding of who you represent and who you work for. When you're dealing with a NDG. But I think for private companies, I believe the clause that we have in the draft is a controlling interest, if I'm not mistaken.
We'd like to hear feedback on that. Guy?
So 2 questions. Which entity within NENA would vet that? You know, and how would the controlling aspect will be confirmed? Is that, you know, good
good
faith or?
questions. Good question. Who decides?
Yeah.
I think the way we're talking about it, although I don't think the wording is there yet, it would be that the CRM makes an initial decision and the DSC ultimately decides.
And a big part of that is what you claim, right? So the CRM has to do their job, usually Sandy, right? But the CRM is like a function, which Sandy does pretty much all the time, but CRM is like a role. CRM like has to make a judgment call based on what is claimed, and
Right.
that is what is initially recorded.
Yep. And the DSC gets to approve or deny that. So the DSC ultimately approves. They are ultimately the decision maker if the CRM is unable to make I guess the way it was set is that the CRM makes an initial decision and the DSC approves or disapproves.
Because sometimes it's very difficult to decipher, you know, whether it's still in an acquisition. It's difficult to decipher whether those are still 2 different entities, because email addresses are still the same from the old companies and so on. People, you know, join in with the former company name. So for a while, and so it might be difficult to decipher. Is there something that is kind of a requirement for disclosure? Because sometimes those mergers don't necessarily make it, you know, usually public, right? They can be small mergers, you know, small companies going together, you know, like PSAP consolidation, for example. It's not something that you will necessarily find on the internet news. So
our antitrust policy, which, you know, Dan has his hand up. He's up next, I assume.
Yeah.
Which Dan has like a major role in compelling NENA to actually add, you know, a specific antitrust policy to our IPR. That is very clear. Any conflicts of interest, all of that stuff, that is pretty clear, I think. And that should, again, I'm not a lawyer. I do a lot of NENA's legal work, but only with the signature of our attorneys. It's pretty clear, right? And that would be like a clear antitrust issue, you know, if there was a conflict of interest or something like that. I think that's very clear, but as we're operating traditionally and as is proposed to be documented, is that the CRM just needs to make a judgment call on the claim. And the claim is, this is who I represent. And in most cases, it will be very obvious if that is inappropriate. That said, we inherit this from ANSI, in a way, but any action or lack of action can be questioned or appealed. Any
Brian,
action whatsoever, right? So the CRM, you know, their decision can be questioned, or even the CRM can say like, look, I have this claim that is an action that can be escalated, which is more or less what Brian explained.
Yeah,
You know,
go to
that
the
would go to
DSC.
the DSC, and you know, there'd be a
Ultimately, they
decision
have to
there.
Right.
And then someone can appeal that decision, right?
Yes.
We have
DSC
a,
decisions are appealed.
but Brandon, this is all predicated on the CRM knowing that there's something to deal with in the
Well,
first place.
well,
we
if
operate on- I
the
think we have
CRM
a-
doesn't know, somebody else can say
So-
that was inappropriate,
I
right?
think there's a simple answer to that. The whole NENA system operates on an honor code, on an honor basis. You are obligated to tell us if something changes. If it doesn't change, I mean, if it does change and you don't tell us, you have been dishonest, and we can take appropriate action about that. But that's how it works. You have to something.
I'm fine
changes,
with that if it's
you
written
have to tell
somewhere.
us.
Yeah, so down here, this is what that we should have an update to our membership requirements in addition to IPR and everything. That if you become aware that your affiliation, okay, changes, and that through acquisition, merger, etc., that you must report back to CRM.
That's fine. I think that's a good notion.
Yeah, our current policy implies that, but we
Be
can
good to
add.
say it. It would be good to say it.
But I'm hesitant to modify the IPR. You know, all of you are familiar
No,
with.
no, no, we can-
No,
Right.
We'll cover it in NDG 01, right? Because
Yeah.
it has text that says single organization, and we can add text that says exactly what Dan said. That if, you know, members are obligated to tell the CRM if organization changes, if their affiliation changes. And we can put the definition in, right? That we've already decided that we're going to have some kind of definition. You know, it's control related. It's exactly what wording we're using, but it's if the acquiring company controls the subsidiary, then it's one organization. They don't get a separate vote.
And Jerry indicated in the chat that the NFPA states that if you change jobs, you have to reapply to be a member of a work group for just this purpose.
An interesting way.
So example, yeah.
Will control be defined as well? Because you can have holding companies that, you know, they hold a number of companies, but they all, you know, those companies operate separately but they are part of a holding. So will the term control be defined as well?
Yeah, we'll have to.
I had a very unpleasant conversation with attorneys yesterday, which reminds me of this freshly. We want to stay away from legal issues in NDG as much as we possibly can.
That's fine. I mean,
to say you agree owns or controls or controlling interest, we can say that, you know, that is vetted by counsel. That's a fair, you know, thing to agree to actually test that. Like, I don't want to do that in NDG if we don't have to. And if it really comes down to it, then it goes to the courts, right? We don't want to litigate that kind of thing if we don't have to.
To me, it is actually fairly simple. Is if someone in another organization can tell you how to vote, then you don't have an independent vote.
That is a controlling interest, right?
You can define it any way you want, but that's the issue. If they can control the vote, then that's what we care about.
Yes, I agree. And I want to remind everybody, I want everyone to internalize this for not just this, but everything. Every single decision can be appealed, and an appeal does not necessarily need to be a big deal. At a minimum, it is like maybe part of the next work group agenda, right? But any action or lack of action can be questioned and appealed, and we have a whole series of processes for that. So that is kind of like our universal control, right? Anything that we kind of miss in our process, there is a universal control. You can always appeal. There's always a higher body. In the most nuclear situation, that would be, you know, the ANSI Board of Standards Review, which has never happened, and I hope never happens. But we have a process. If anything inappropriate is done, there's always a forum to bring that up.
Some of you have no doubt formulated a solution to this problem, and I'm going to encourage you to consider joining the group so that you can send the text in for what you
Yeah.
believe the solution is, and we'd love to see it.
Brandon, one thing that we have to decide, and I don't think we've had a discussion about this particular case. There's two ways appeals can be handled, and I've dealt with both of them. One is that there's one appeal level. After that, it's done. The second one is every decision is considered appealable. So a decision of an appeal is considered appealable, and you just keep going up to some ultimate authority. Which do you think it is? Can I appeal the appeal decision?
Dan has his hand raised.
Oh, sorry, forgot to lower it.
Okay.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
a little concerned
so-
about the appeal as being a solution, Brandon, because the decision of the CRM to assign a person to one organization or another is not normally an event which is advertised or promoted to expose it to an appeal.
It is still an action. It is still an action. Any action is subject to a complaint.
In this particular case, since we're going to make it specifically DSC approved, then what the CRM makes a recommendation, absent any objection, that's what happens. The DSC can decide to overrule that. That means that's the DSC decision that's appealable.
Yeah.
And I think all DSC decisions should be appealable. However, I think that should be a one shot. You can appeal the decision, which I think goes to the executive board, because I don't think there's anything above it. And
Well, there is. I mean,
you could go to the
you remember, Brian, like personally with I3, like there was an independent panel because the board determined that it was not like,
well,
they could not make a neutral decision, right?
I understand, but the appeal was to the board of directors, and the board of directors decided on the process for making a decision.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And then that decision could be appealed, you know, like, but ultimately, I mean, it's like the court system, right? You can appeal every judgment until you run out of options, right?
I've dealt with appeal systems which only permitted one level of appeals, and they were written that way, and everybody, you know, that was the rules of the organization. One level appeal, that's it. You can't appeal the appeal. And I've dealt with organizations that you can appeal the appeal, just like the courts, you know, all the way up to the Supreme Court. You can make a decision. You can say you can appeal, but once the decision is appealed, that decision is the division of the appeal body. That decision is final.
Tom, can you get your question or point in the remaining minute?
Yeah,
I was gonna just add that what Brian just described is very much akin to what we've all seen in things that we've signed to live somewhere or whatever the case may be. Binding arbitration agreements are not appealable.
yes,
Right.
correct. One level, that's it.
Unless
okay,
you can claim that it was a contract of adhesion, and right, but now we're, you know, just right.
We're done. The session is over. The
Okay,
session.
we're done. I'm cutting you guys off.
Thank
We're
you.
getting- That's too much legalese for the rest of us.
Thank you, Brian and Cindy. Good work.
Yes, it was fantastic. So folks, we do have our morning lunch break. It is a half an hour. It's going to be from, if we can return at about 9:45 Pacific, 12:45 Eastern time, or however that time applies to you in the Mountain Central region. It is roughly a half an hour. Not to scare anyone, but a couple, 3 minutes in, before we're about to break or start again, I will just do a verbal reminder in case you've stepped away and you're listening for that. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the presentation. I look forward to the next one, which is actually I3 roles and role modifiers with Brooks and Brandon.
Also, Sandy, I think we need everyone to check in on Workspace if they can, right?
They need, yes, please put your attendance in on NENA Workspace if you don't mind. And if you have joined since we started, make sure that your first and last name is visible in Zoom because we also track attendance that way. Okay, everybody, it's our 2-minute warning. Up next is going to be the I3, excuse me, roles and roles modifier discussion.
And before we go ahead and get started here, this is Brooks. I just wanted to mention that Brandon and I, unfortunately, as of now, do not have a note taker to take any notes for our session. And I wondered if someone might be so kind as to volunteer to take notes during our session. And if so, if you might just drop your name into the chat, that would be super, super appreciated. And Mr. Blackwell, thank you.
Okay, Brooks, Brandon, you ready to get started?
Absolutely. I'll go ahead and share my screen and
Okay.
we will go ahead and get started. Okay, looks like we are all set to go. So thanks everybody for joining both Brandon and myself to talk about roles and role modifiers in I3. For those who don't know me, my name is Brooks Shannon. I am NENA's Interoperability Program Manager, and with me today is Mr. Brandon Abley, Director of Technology for NENA. Brandon, is there anything that you might want to say by way of introductions?
If you're talking in the mute.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm on a phone call that's running late. I'll be back in a minute. But yes, I'm Brandon Abley, Director of Technology at NENA.
No worries at all, Brandon. Thank you. So why don't we go ahead and just dive right in. I'm going to go ahead and tee up the conversation, and then I will hand the reins over to Brandon to take us through some of the actions that we want to talk about today. If Brandon's still on his call, of course, I can move ahead myself. So let's dive right in. So the goals for today's session are, we want to review the current I3 role registries. There's 2 of them in particular that we'll be talking about today, agents and agencies. We want to examine the need for any additional role registries that we might need within the I3 standard, as well as registry values we might need within those registries. We want to discuss the concept of role modifiers and talk about their use as well. This has particular bearing, as do the registries and their values, on certificates issued by the PSAP credentialing agency and certificate authorities, intermediate certificate authorities beneath them. We'll talk about why this is important and why this is a topic right now. It's somewhat of an urgent topic, but one that we want to socialize and get some feedback on. And that's really the point of this last goal, is to obtain feedback from the community for the creation of an ISF, or perhaps another path forward, to do the work of creating the additional registries we need, the additional roles within them, and role modifiers, and how we want to express those perhaps within the certificates, and what additional role modifiers we may need. So with that, I want to highlight again that we have 2 role registries currently in I3 that we will be talking about today, a set of roles for agencies and a set of roles for agents. There are a number of other registries that we will need, but these are the 2 that have been defined for some time. As we get into the description of the problem that we're facing, just to level set, a role is a term. I'm sorry, Brian, you guys hear that? Brian, if you're speaking, you're on mute.
Sorry. Because certs are issued to services, you have the service registry is also a registry that affects roles, because the role of a service is the service that it provides.
Exactly. Yep. That's sort of the preview of the issue at hand, right? You can issue certificates for elements, you can issue them for services, you can issue them for devices, perhaps. There's a desire for people to credential, call taking workstations, for example, and eventually agents as well, right? We have an agent registry, but there might be some additional work we need to do on the roles. But really what brings us here today, I think, are the element, service, and device certs. Was there anything else that you had, Brian? Just notice that your hand is still up.
I mean, no, and I hope that really isn't what you're talking about, because I think that's really simple, but go ahead.
Yep. So, again, to level set, a role is a term is enumerated in emergency registries that describe what the entity does, whether or not that's an agency or an agent or a service or an element. One thing to note, per I3, it's recommended that the policies that designate provide 100% functionality without additional roles as needed, and we discourage, although it's not forbidden, the creation of custom roles that are outside of our registries. It's important to note that the roles are validated when PCA certificates are issued for an entity. So when you're creating an end entity certificate for an agency or an agent or an element or a service, those roles are validated to make sure that in fact those roles are correct for that entity that's getting the certificates, right? If an agency says that they are that they handle both law enforcement, police, as well as fire and EMS, we want to make sure that in fact they do those things, right? Or if it's an agency that's capable of both call taking and dispatch, that in fact they do both of those things, right? Maybe a little more simple if you're creating an entity certificate for an ECRF, we just need to validate that in fact it's being applied to an ECRF. Want to point out some examples of what this looks like within the end entity certificates that descend from the PCA. There's this thing called a quad ID, and it's just it's text that you see on the screen here, text that is delimited by forward slashes. Part of the quad ID, the third thing in the quad ID, represents the roles that entity takes on. So in the first example, this is for a PSAP, and it is in fact an agent. This agent, D Handy, at the Allegheny, Pennsylvania PSAP, has a role of both dispatching and call taking. So if this person was using the certificate as a form of identity, you could have consuming systems like a call handling or dispatch function understand whether or not this person gets to use certain functions inside of that system. What you see below is for an agency. This agency, if you look at the third piece of text between the forward slashes that is delimited by commas, that text says that the roles for this agency is that it is a PSAP, it is both, and it also provides response services for police, fire, and EMS. So with that, I want to turn it over to Brandon, but Brian, you had put a comment in the chat that might be worth discussing.
Yeah, I started rethinking this based on another discussion, an email discussion that I've been having with a few other people involved. And there is no clarity in any document about this subject, so we would need to add it. But I think that if the Allegheny County PSAP dispatches for Pittsburgh Fire, which it does, Allegheny County PSAP does not get a role of fire. It gets a role of dispatch. Now, maybe we want to be able to say, oh, by the way, it's dispatching for fire, and that might be something we want to be able to say. Don't think we do, but maybe we do. But it doesn't have a role of fire. It's not a fire agency. It doesn't provide fire service. It provides dispatch service. And we have a role of PSAP, which is things, they do dispatch among other things. But I do think that we want to be careful about that when you assign a role to an agency that's only doing dispatch, they don't get the role of the agency that they're dispatching for. They get the role of dispatch or PSAP.
Yep, I think that makes perfect sense, and it's a good thing to consider as we move forward in our discussion here. So thank you for that, Brian. There's definitely some nuance to this. I want to go ahead and turn it over to Brandon to take us further down the description of the problem at hand today that we're discussing.
Yeah, definitely. So what we have run into with you know, it's all kind of like adjacent to launching the PCA, which is where we really tested roles, right? But this all comes from I3, right? And we found out at ICE and also in like initial deployment and frankly, in validation of the route, that we don't really have good instructions for everything. So we have the bullet points here. You know, the existing roles are not sufficient to describe all roles, meaning the roles in the registry, which will be the IANA registry currently hosted by NENA, right? But we don't have the right values for everything, and that has become very obvious. The roles that we have for a lot of things were done a long time ago. Back to I forget if it was I3 version 1 or 2, you know, but like those roles were carried forward. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not had to validate those roles since they were first thought of. So now actually in implementation, which is good, right? This is good. We realize that we don't have all of the values that we need. We have some examples from Canada, and I will invite our colleagues in Canada to comment if they want to. But in Canada, there was a earlier deployment than in the US based on mostly the same standards, which is fed back to be like, well, this is how they figured this out. So let's try to do this here, and we'll take notes and we'll bring this back to the standards body, meaning NENA and or IETF. Like that applies to some specifics that are on the next slide or the one later. Dan, hand up.
Yeah, there was not mostly the same standard. There were the same standards available at the time. So obviously we encountered gaps. We tried to fill as best we could. And especially with that had to do with device certificates. Okay. We had roles for humans, but not for devices. And when we had to put in what were the quad IDs for devices, that's where we ran into issues, because we did not have roles for an ECRF or an SBC or LIS, etc.
Exactly. And props to Dan actually for contributing a lot to the standing policies for the PKI.
I'm breaking in, but we do. You maybe use the wrong example.
Kind of.
Those are services. He used examples of services.
Hold on, Brian, hold on. I think that is on the next slide or the one after, probably. I think I know what you're saying, but can you hold that, please? Okay, no objection. So like as sort of a side issue, in EIDO, we've talked about temporary roles, and we're not sure exactly how to deal with that on various sides. That's in the works, but that's a good JCM topic. The example that came to the front of mind was like incident command or like a COML, you know, etc. Is that like validated ahead of time and part of that individual's role? Or is that like just assigned, and is that part of the EIDO and that's good enough?
We had a version of that yesterday, right? Which is you might have the role of dispatcher and call taker, but you might be logged in only as a dispatcher or only as a call taker. And so you need to know what you are now. One, you might have a role that says, well, you could be a call taker, but not are you right this minute? And this seems like exactly the same problem, but at agency level instead of agent level. And probably needs the same solution, but applied to an agency instead of an agent.
Yeah, sorry for not raising my hand, but I think this is a little bit different because an incident commander, for example, is kind of an ad hoc thing. You think about CAL FIRE that, manages disasters for a large number of agencies that are cooperating together. They'll create an incident command for a big wildfire, whatever, and the incident commander is not known beforehand, but it is chosen at the time, and the members of the group that are in the command are also chosen at the time and determined by the agencies that are involved in the response. So I think this is a little different.
It doesn't seem any different from me. You would have a role that says you could be an incident commander, and then at the time of a particular incident, one of them would be the incident commander and would need a way to know who among the people who are allowed to be incident commanders aren't, which is exactly the same as dispatcher or call taker.
Well, you could have that validated, right? But then we get into like operations, right? So a COML, an incident commander, these are certifications that you get, and that can be validated, and that can be part of your identity in the 911 system. But as a practical matter, at least for a long time, this stuff won't be validated and won't be part of the process, right? Like the governor will declare an emergency, and then there's an incident commander that is already on site at COML. All of that has already been established, probably through the fire service, thinking about culture. So that is not stuff that we can trust that 1 to 5 years is going to be validated ahead of time, even though these people hold those certs, right? So in the EIDO, we can populate this info. Clearly, that's fine. But at the cert level, right, under the PCA regime, that's more complicated and different expectations.
Why couldn't you reasonably on the cert say that you could have a role of incident commander, just like you could have a role of dispatcher?
Because that can change too quickly.
No. There's a difference between could and are.
Well, yeah. And to be clear, under ICS, the incident command system, you're certified to be able to do these things. That's context.
Yeah. So it's exactly the same thing. The cert says you could be. Some other mechanism needs to say you are.
Whether you are is the important thing, I think, particularly for things like when you're trying to decide who gets to see what data.
I absolutely agree with you, but in the point of scope is your friend, this is a scope of certs. So this particular work group, this particular session is about certs. So it seems to me that you might want to be able to say incident commander is a role that you could have in your cert, but it doesn't mean that you're the incident commander for any particular incident, just like you could have a role of dispatcher in your cert. It doesn't mean you're a dispatcher at any given time.
Simon, hand up.
Thank you. I agree with Brian. At the end of the day, when you log on, whatever it is, you basically set your claim that you're going to, at this particular time, you're going to be the incident commander in terms of it. So you're doing what you're doing. So you can potentially have those roles and you're available to be able to do them. But when you're doing it, you set a claim in terms of saying, right, that I've been assigned it at that particular time.
Simon, it's good to hear your voice.
Thank you, sir.
Likewise, always happy to hear from you, man.
I'm looking forward to catching up with Nina.
What's that?
Looking forward to catching up with everybody at National Nina.
Likewise. Michael, I think you were speaking, no hand up, but I think I heard you.
No, it must have been somebody else. However, let me say this. I have no objection to including that kind of information on a certificate. I don't know how practical it is from the standpoint of, of managing the certificates and so forth, because you got to keep everything up to date. The change of a service role or an agent role or whatever, it doesn't change that often. This might change fairly often. So just, that's my only concern about this. As I said, the thing that really matters is for this incident, who is the incident committee?
So Barry actually has a great example in the chat. I will just read it. As an example, as a fire captain, when arriving first on scene, I was the incident commander until replaced by a higher ranking fire officer who assumed IC, meaning incident commander, who in turn may be replaced by another IC as the incident became more complicated. IC is always present, but is not designated to a single individual. And I will add personally, editorially, not designated to a single individual at a given moment in time. But the people that can assume incident commander may or may not be certified. They are the IC. In some cases, we can validate that and put that in a cert. And to be clear, we're trying to bridge the issues with like operations that just has to make a call. This is what's going on. This is what we do. Versus, the infrastructure with certs, we need to validate stuff, and that is not real time. That happens probably annually, and your certs are renewed more frequently than that. But the validation that this is what you do, this is your job, this might be your job, you might be a volunteer at this fire department, you might be certified to be a COML or something, that is the stuff that is validated, definitely not in real time, and that is what is in your cert, and that is important to how the infrastructure works. What we're trying to do is to bridge that with like the operations, right? Where like something very serious is happening and we just kind of have to deal with it. And someone is in charge and someone else is in charge, right? All of that. And that is like one example from what we're talking about, right? We're stuck on that bullet point. Like this is an example, incident command. I think very relevant to us is specifically the role of the COML.
But
right?
it's outside the role. That's outside the role of a cert.
Well, that's the question.
It is. It's not. The cert does not say what is happening at this time. It says what you are validated to be.
It's what you are validated to be ever, right?
Well, at the time you were validated, right?
Yeah, until recert. Yeah.
Right, exactly. But that's it. Stop. Don't try to make it any more than that.
Well, so with the example with incident command, most people are certified for the roles that they can take.
Yes.
But like a long time ago, I was a COML in Minnesota, for example.
Yeah, but that's exactly the point. You are certified for that. You show your certification and it gets in your cert. Done.
But I never was a COML.
That doesn't matter.
Right?
That doesn't matter.
Well,
it as a COML.
It might, as we do this stuff, right? So the certs, my cert would probably, or would likely, would have that role. We don't
Yes.
have that role. It would probably have that role because it could be proven, whatever.
Yeah,
But in an incident, if I was involved, I would not have that role. And that's the cross specs, kind of thing that we want to figure out how to do here.
but again, scope creep. You're solving a problem certs are not intended to solve. Stop.
Certs are intended to validate roles and potential roles, right?
As we have said, potential roles are not the same as actual roles. You can be certified to be a dispatcher and not be a dispatcher at any given time. And the cert doesn't tell you whether you are or you aren't.
But the cert, well, yeah, so the cert would have the things that you are certified to be activated for, right?
I keep saying that, and you keep saying, yeah, but that's not enough. And I keep saying, yes, it is enough.
Okay, Amy, hand up. Amy?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So let's take you're talking about a dispatcher. I have a certificate that says I am a dispatcher, and I'm signed in and I'm working. All of a sudden, a big incident breaks out, and my supervisor says, okay, you're going to go from radio dispatcher to now you are a tactical dispatcher. And you're going to perform that function. So there's a difference between the information. There could be a difference between the information that I'm seeing as a radio dispatcher and the information that I need to see as a tactical dispatcher. So if it's a certification, if I always have the certification of a radio dispatcher and I always have the certification as a tactical dispatcher, then how do the functional elements know what to display to me?
It's that has to be a mechanism that we have not defined, but clearly we need.
Mm-hmm.
But it isn't the cert problem. It is a problem. I acknowledge the problem. I can tell you how that should be solved for an agent, but we don't have any text that says how to do that. That's some new capability that we have to add. But it's not something in a cert.
It is related to the cert strongly, though, right? Because those roles would be authorized in the cert.
You started with this by saying, well, we need more roles. Don't disagree with that.
We definitely need more roles. That's separate.
Don't disagree with that.
Put that aside. Yes.
We got the notion of tactical dispatcher. We got this notion of incident commander. Got a whole bunch of things for which we don't have current roles, and we need to add more roles. Okay, no problem. But don't try to solve the problem of what you are now with what you could be in a cert.
And there will be a mechanism that I can change. I can change that without having to sign out and sign back into everything.
Well, that'll have to be how we have to decide. We'll have to decide how we implement the mechanism to meet whatever goals we have for that.
And a single sign-on SSO is like a hard requirement in NG 911. That's kind of a long-term dream, right?
Well,
Brian, you don't disagree at this point.
I don't disagree, but I point out that indeed the way you typically solve a problem like that is with login, right? You log in into a role, and then there's a secure mechanism for a third party to determine what role you are now. But the mechanisms that I'm aware of do depend on a role at login. And so what was just stated was they want to be able to not have to log out and log back in again to change your role. And so the mechanisms that I know about that do that wouldn't allow that kind of thing. That isn't how it works. The role is set at login. But we could, there are other ways to do it. It's just that what you just said is what was the first thing that came to mind. Oh, yeah. OAuth does this, right? You log into a role, and then there's a secure way to figure out what role you are right now.
Okay, so Sandy, I want to check for time. What do we have left?
I'm sorry, you caught me putting food in my mouth.
Oh. I
No,
guess
I
we're
apo-
drinking
no, my
coffee,
apologies.
So
You
we're
ha- you
even.
haven't-
Yeah,
you-
so remaining
1:45.
time, I'm checking.
30
1:40.
minutes, sir.
30. Okay, so Simon has his hand up.
Just I think just to answer the question that was asked in terms of that, you wouldn't necessarily need to relog on, but you would probably end up shifting what you want to do from tactical dispatch to whatever the other one was. And again, as I said, you typically do that, and then that would you just change your claims in terms of that. And against those claims, it would depend on, you can use those against policies.
Yes, I
Yeah.
agree.
And I want to acknowledge a comment from John Strebe. He's saying, I'll paraphrase, we run a risk that someone will assert every single role in assert. And the answer to that is that through the validation process, many of those roles will be carved off, right? Because someone will claim I do everything, and then through validation, the question is, well, what do you actually do, or what does your agency actually do? And you know, a lot of those roles will, you know, be
And-
carved off, or even the CSR will certificate signing request will just be rejected because it's overly broad.
I suspect that whatever mechanism we have for temporary assignment is going to have some kind of override mechanism, because in disasters, things don't work the way you planned. And so somebody may not have a role in their cert, and you got to be able to temporarily give them ability to become that role, even though it's not in their cert. And we have to have but that might require somebody with some kind of privilege in order to make that happen. But we can work that out. That's details, and it's beyond the scope of this discussion.
Yep, agree. And so we are halfway through time. We have a couple of talking points to go through. Pierre, you have your hand up. Do you need to put in something right now?
Just a question. Would it be possible that some roles include other roles? What I mean by that is usually supervisor can do call taking and dispatching on top of their role of supervisor. So when they sign in, they're able to do the three different roles.
So yeah, there's a gap in how that kind of thing is specifically registered in the registries, which can be validated. But the short answer is yes. There are two ways. You can have multiple roles that are validated in your cert, and then per your session, you can attest to a specific role for that session, and then that is validated through the cert. And in reality, that should be pretty seamless, right? Maybe you switch to a different window or in a modern PSAP, probably a different monitor, and like, unfortunately, maybe a different keyboard and mouse. But you switch over to the other thing, and then the plumbing kind of makes it happen, right? Where it's like, I'm doing this now instead of this other thing that I was doing, but you have the same cert, and all of that is validated. And there are also role modifiers, which is more complicated, but like a role can be modified by an additional role. And we need to re-up in the core specs what the roles are, capital R, and the role modifiers, and also how that is asserted in an incident, which in the third case is EIDO territory. Michael.
Sorry. Yeah, something occurred to me related to what
I can't hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now? No?
I can hear you.
Oh,
I can hear you.
okay, good. Somebody can.
I can't hear anybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can, but you can't hear us.
You can't hear us.
Okay.
Okay. Text.
Okay, I will continue.
Go ahead.
Brandon gets the thing that occurred to me as he was talking about this is the way that we specified agent roles in STA 010.3. We had roles like dispatcher, call taker, you know, I don't know. There were several roles, but then we had role modifiers like supervisor,
Right.
or director and so forth. And
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that really works with the way that roles are
Hello, no
interpreted.
audio.
Yeah, you're in. We can hear you.
Somebody put in chat that we can hear
What-
him.
Once more, I think I can hear.
Okay.
You got
Okay,
it now?
yes,
Michael's speaking. Michael is speaking.
I have too many audio devices here. So, Michael, you have the floor.
Okay, yeah. What I was saying was that in style 1.0, we specified agent roles and then modifiers for them. So you could have a dispatcher role or a call taker role, but also have a supervisor role or a director or manager role, I think it was. So the question is, can you properly represent those sorts of things in the CERT? I think you can.
Easily.
Yeah, but how do you tell the difference if there's, I guess you would have to say the role is dispatcher supervisor, because if you just said supervisor and the person was a dispatcher, I guess you could presume that it was a supervisor for dispatchers and therefore could do both. It probably works.
I think it works.
Or for that incident, the boss, like takes the floor. That happens all the time, right?
Yeah, of course it does.
But that's
That's
kind of like
the thing about-
that's kind of like the marriage, right, between the different specs across committees, which is what we do. That you have roles that you are validated for, you have roles that are modified, but right now you attest something, and I believe that is through the EIDO, and that that can be with every transaction, can be secured based on the CERT exchange. But it's something that we need to at least understand, and at a minimum, we need new roles, and we might need actually new role categories.
Keep going on.
Yeah, let's go on. I want to get the rest of the talking points on the floor. Thank you, Brian. So we just have a preview of the agency and agent roles that are in the registries. We have other roles like with service agency locator and such that are more informative. But in terms of agency roles, this is all we have in the registry right now, which is definitely not enough. Or that's my opinion. Any comments?
I certainly would believe that we don't have enough, but I want some specific suggestions, and then we'll add them. I mean, I think adding values to the registry is simple, and I take it that we need more. I mean, one of the ones that occurs to me right now is responder. But we have.
Why are they important?
Well, right. Well, what are they? I mean, I think that we need more, and we need a process for generating more. That's all fine, and we don't have to discuss them here today. You saying we need more roles. Great, we need more roles. Fine, we have a process for making more roles. We can make more roles. What's the problem? What's the discussion here?
Yeah, and Rick comments: should a tow truck be operated? Personally, I will say tow truck companies should be banned. They're kind of predatory. It's a terrible industry, and no apologies to tow truck operators on the call, unless you're a NENA member. And I'm joking. I'm definitely joking. But yes, tow trucks are definitely a part of disaster response, especially back home with winter storms, right?
Well, we have the notion of responder, and we have a whole list of responders. And tow trucks are one of the responders, and somehow that goes in the CERT. I don't remember how, but we got to that's all, we already have that. There is
Yeah.
already a way to give a cert to a tow truck operator.
And that can be validated and issued, but as a practical matter, probably won't happen often.
That's the decision we have to make. We had that discussion yesterday.
Right.
Should tow truck operators get a PCA cert or not? That we need to make a decision and have a recommendation, but there's no rule.
They're eligible for some kind of cert, right?
Gee, who
It's
wants to talk?
the practicalities, right? Because we don't want to invite, the dudes that are, like driving around parking garages in DC at 9:01 p.m. picking up cars. Anyway, next slide.
Recognize Guy. He's got his hand up.
Oh, Guy, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Oh, my shoulder hurts. One first comment is, what I found is that we have a list of roles, some of which may be easy to understand, but I think it might be helpful to have some short definitions of what exactly those roles entail, in addition to the token themselves. And so that's my first comment. The second comment is about tow truck, and I think this is we have to determine whether external entities like tow trucks participate in the PCA or not. I don't think this was a clear decision on that.
Agree.
They are clearly eligible through the policies that NIAC has adopted, but the implementation is kind of still in question. Right, but private entities that have a legitimate public safety role can definitely be credentialed if they opt into this system and they want to operate that in that way. But like for a tow truck, for example, it is rare that the tow company is a first responder, but when they are, it is critical. Right, but I'm just speaking personally, like as a practical matter, I don't think a lot of tow companies are going to opt in, or electrical companies, that kind of thing, where they're definitely part of the disaster response. But I doubt that they will go to the effort to be like properly credentialed in the 911 security system. I hope so. I will tell them that they must do that, right? But I don't think it's terribly likely.
Well,
personally and practically.
You might do it with you want to get an EIDO, get a PCA cert. You could do that.
Yep.
Yeah, but that means that the tow truck will be investing in a next generation 911 PSAP type, environment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unlikely to happen.
Those are the practical issues.
That's absolutely not true. There's a company that I know of that's investing in exactly this kind of technology and offering it to tow truck operators as a way to generate more business. And they would love to be able to do something like this. They exist to do stuff like that.
Well, they have to have some gears that abide to the NENA standards.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pieces that would have to work to make this actually work. Not arguing that, but the statement that you don't think it'll happen, I think, is incorrect.
Oh, okay, that piece. Okay, got it.
So I'd like to get through the rest of the talking points, unless there's something like immediate right now. But like the agency roles, I think we have consensus are clearly not thorough enough, right? And work needs to be assigned somewhere. Anyone disagree?
No, but input is needed. Which ones? I think it's I3. They have the list. There's no reason not to do it. I mean, if you want to create a whole work group for this, fine. But if you don't, then give it to I3 but tell them what you want.
Yep, it needs to be assigned somewhere. When we have the registry to update, we can submit a request to that one.
But the simplest possible thing is adding a value to a registry in a new version of a document. Like It's
Easy.
trivial. I mean, it's one of the easiest things to do as long as we know what the roles are. There was the note that somebody had that we really want a paragraph that defines these things. And probably for our purposes, we want to have at least some kind of note to the PCA entities of how they do validation, what validation for this means.
Yep.
Probably that paragraph wants to include that validated by, for example, blah, blah, blah.
You're reading my mind. Guy, was that you?
Yeah, I was going to say, I too can certainly do the technical work to register those values, but the problem is how to get those values first, right? Because I don't think we have all the expertise in I3 to determine those. One option would be, and I'm just thinking out loud, is that we have the NRS, and I believe that those roles will be in the registry in our NRS, are they?
Those are in NENA NRS right now. The intent is to move most of the values to IANA. Not all of them, right? Because there are some that still need to be maintained by NENA, and as I conceded earlier, we have some like server issues to sort out, in the immediate term.
So if it's IANA, my idea doesn't work. But if it was to be in NRS, the idea that I had was that there could be a submission form where people can request new roles, and there would be expert review, and we have define what exactly roles should be described at and their use and so on and so forth. That would be one way to get more input from the larger community.
So NENA will still maintain the registry, and there are some that are NENA specific. Most are global. This is one of those that in the most recent vintage of standards, specifically I3, is made global, which has a request for a registry that we absolutely need to stand up. We've talked about that several times today. But that will be global, and agency roles will be global per I3.
I just thought of another reason why we need a definition is that those roles are tokens, and when you have language barrier, it might be easier to have a definition to go to rather than a token.
I strongly agree. My work in Latin America, biases me to be sympathetic, aside from the French language.
Say, Brandon, this is Brooks. We're down to 14 minutes. I wonder if we shouldn't maybe have you go through the rest of the slides, and then we can open it up for Q&A.
Yeah. Let's go through the rest of the talking points. We'll discuss as needed, but the important thing is to plant this stuff. So I have the agent roles, and again, this is the same vintage as the agency roles. I think we have already, we already have consensus that we don't have enough or the right things. But this is normal. You propose something, you standardize it, you exercise it, and then you realize that, we need to improve. And that's, literally what I do for a living. So we have these agent roles. This is just a copy and paste from the registry. I don't want to belabor this right now, but please look at this. We'll send out links to remind everybody where to get this stuff. But next slide. And welcome back, Mr. Mongrain, via chat.
Thank you.
So we have some questions at this point, which we've kind of debated already, but we definitely need new roles, and we might need new registries, and we might, and in my opinion, probably need to come to a common understanding. So if you look at the validation policy, and if you were part of those debates, I think all of the prime people that were involved in that are on the call. But we have this idea for elements and services, which are kind of different and kind of the same.
Ah, come on, really? Is this
Yes, really.
really an issue? Look, this is, it has got, I don't know how many times I've said the same thing, and it is, there is no definite difference. A service is an abstract entity that could have multiple physical embodiments. That's redundancy. An element is a physical embodiment of some set of services, one or more. Period. Done. An element is a box. A service is a service, and you can have more than one entity that's a participant in that service because of redundancy. Why is that so hard to differentiate?
The thing is, we need to get the devils in the details,
Yeah,
and
go ahead, Dan, sorry.
and the certificate policy was mute on this subject, and again, we just need to, and I agree with you, Brian. Okay, element, we know what an element is, and we know what a service is. Okay, but how do we instantiate it using certificates and everything?
And what do we validate, right? I think that we validate an addressable thing, right? And you can do everything you want behind that, but that addressable thing is validated for these roles, for these things, right? And that's it. So there's no difference from the validation perspective and from the perspective of what is documented and in the credentials that you present to the rest of the world.
I mean, in the end, the operator of an NGCS is going to have to tell you that he needs, these element certs and these service certs. And the only validation you get to do is he an NGCS operator who's asking these things? And, we'll probably have to figure out that, but that's about it. And I think that's straightforward. And I think that is something that has to get settled. But what is the difference? Are service names adequate? Is the service name locator adequate? And what values need to be added? I don't think are open issues. I mean,
well, we need
for validation, they are definitely open issues.
Yeah,
validation is something
because
a subject. Yes.
Because for validation, do you need to show, for example, ownership of the domain, okay? Or ownership of the IP address or something?
I'll agree that we need to have more words on validation. I absolutely agree that. No question. Well, underspecified.
Guy, hand up. It's been up for a while.
Well, about element services, that was music to my ear. That is still some confusion about that. But the thing that you said, Brian, about the service being an abstract, how can you assign a certificate to an abstract, knowing that all services are rooted to some kind of a box at the end of the day?
I don't understand the question. I implement. I'm in the business of implementing virtual web servers. So I have 3 boxes that have 100 VMs and 100 web servers on it. I can have a cert that has tied to the IP address of my box. I can have a cert which is tied to the domain of each of the websites.
Well, no, I'm sorry.
Exactly the same.
You typically for virtual web service, each tenant will have its own certificate, and you use, yeah.
It should.
Well, I mean, you can.
No, technically it must, because you don't want to update every time you add a new tenant on your web server, update your certificate and to add it to your subject alt name or something.
Oh, but he could, right? He could have a cert that mentions all of the domains.
But typically it will be different.
Right.
It will be different certificates, and you will use that's what's the extension here you do before.
So let's use a concrete example. Suppose that I built an ECRF LVF as a single instance, that's one box.
Yep.
And I replicate it 3 times. All right. So that means that the inside one of the elements is going to be a cert for the element, and there'll be 2 certs, one for each of the services that it provides, ECRF and LVF.
But when will one be used versus the other?
Yeah,
We
exactly.
use this
Okay.
service cert for
Hold on.
everything except low-level
Hold on.
error
Hold on,
reporting.
I have to assert control here. We are working the issue. It is clear that the issue needs to be worked. But I think we're getting past like cross committee topics, but it is obvious that, you know, we need to spend some time arguing about this.
Exactly. We need to figure out, figure out the plumbing, because the plumbing is still underbaked.
Does
And I don't
anybody
think-
object to moving on? We only have a few minutes. Okay, next, please. Brooks, Sandy, who's controlling this slide?
Brooks is controlling the slide, sir.
Sorry
Okay,
about that.
so one of the things, you know, it's kind of a hand grenade, and you know, as most of you know, I personally am not a big fan of NEM or even ANSI, but I do my job, and I think that I've been convinced otherwise over time to support this. But like, when we're defining additional roles and maybe some new registries for other things, you know, we have the idea of maybe credentialing a device or a virtual device instead of a person or in addition to a person. Maybe we need new roles for that. NEM has defined pretty much everything, often very contradictory. Those that have worked in EIDO for a while know this very well, right? Like NEM is kind of a mess. But, you know, do we need to harmonize with NEM in some degree as we look towards roles for the 911 system as credentialed and validated, which is different from your job description, right? Does anybody?
7808.
Anyone from EIDO, like any like, you know, comments about like trying to incorporate NEM? Like, I remember a specific example that I introduced was like the many different forms of coordinates that were in an EIDO, because we adopted all these namespaces from NEM, and we're like, oh, we have so many ways to describe a location. Dan.
So we've tended to walk away from NEM, use them when it's convenient and there's no ambiguity. But as soon as there is. So for example, we decided for EIDO, we use PIDF in order to represent locations, so etc. So
I was involved with that proposal, so I strongly agree. That's a good example.
yeah, so basically, we should never die on a NEM hill.
Yeah, but if you were, you know, if you're thinking, might you research the NEM data elements to see if there are other roles that are implied or mentioned in there? Yeah, anything like that is probably useful if you're trying to create a more comprehensive list of roles for services, for agents or agencies or whatever.
And for like, for example, in like American Homeland Security, and I know NENA is bigger than the US, but you know, if we have our own thing, we need to translate that, you know, to something else. Etienne.
Yeah, so we already have registries for agency role and agent role. So how would we consolidate that with a registry coming in from NEM? And is that something that was done before, or would that be a first?
No, well, this was a problem I raised in that, but I was told that the ship has sailed, is that EIDO use different roles than I3 does. So we have a problem. How are we going to reconcile the two?
Say, guys, this is Brooks. We're
Yep.
down to 3 minutes.
You're right in my
Brandon, if you
mind.
want-
Yep, we're almost out of time. Rest of talking points, please. And the summary, yeah, so we went over everything. We kind of worked the issues a little bit. My conclusion for the notes and Sandy for the after action from JCM is we definitely need to work these issues. The way that roles are defined and registered, it has gaps. And we need to work on it. It needs to be assigned somewhere. Brian suggested I3 for some of it. Excuse me, getting a bunch of phone calls. Brian suggested I3 for some of it. In my opinion, I3 is too bulky, probably for this. What I would like to do is to establish the registry, and Brian, you have my personal commitment. I'll do all the work that I have to make it happen. We're just about there, right? We need to get the emergency registry established at IANA. But from there, you know, the rules for most of it are document required. So I would kind of prefer that we have a discrete document for roles. And if needed, additional registries.
And that's maybe something, right? That's maybe something we can bake into an ISF, Brandon, and we could adjudicate that further at the DSC level as to, you know, how we want to proceed.
Well, a part of it is IETF stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I'm also partially guilty, you know, like we just didn't get it forward.
But you're not, that isn't the problem here. The problem here is please don't create another working group just for this. Give it to some existing working group. Nobody needs to take another hour of their week to deal with this.
Yes, I agree, provided that the assigned working group can have the discipline to work a specific issue with priority, you know, as needed. But our working groups have the habit of just like dealing with whatever comes up forever. And that's not always in our.
Yeah. And that brings us to time. So I hate to cut off really great conversation, but I want to be respectful of the next session that we have on deck. So maybe with that, we can go ahead and turn it back over to Sandy. And if there's, you know, further questions, further discussion, let's carry that over email. I think this is really great today. Thank you.
Agreed. My takeaway is that we need to work the issue, right?
Yep, totally.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Dan and Michael, are you ready?
Almost.
Almost. Okay. So the next session is dispatch, incident record handling and call handling interaction in the NG91 PSAP.
Okay,
renamed incident handling, right?
I'm so sorry.
Hey,
I don't want to throw anything in.
Spoiler alert.
Okay.
That was my first slide.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
All right, hang on.
I only know what they send me an email.
Right. Okay, we'll get a kick out of it. Let's see, where'd my share thing go? I think I have to show this on a different screen or something. Share screen. That ought to work. Let's try that.
So while he's getting set up, we do have a 15-minute break after this session. And then we do have 2 more sessions to complete out the day. It will be the NG91 GIS model templates version 2 session. And then there's a final session. It was a last minute on a NENA document assessment. It's kind of a readout and discussion about next steps. Looks like you're ready. There you go, sir.
Okay, let me see. Okay, everybody seeing the slide, the top slide there? And Rick, are you there taking notes? Okay.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to say, I'm gonna jot down some notes in the, I have a Word copy of the slides. I'm gonna jot down whatever notes that things, decisions we make or whatever, and you can paste that into your notes just in case you missed anything, hopefully I caught it. All right, so as they were saying, incident record handling recently got renamed to incident handling, and we'll talk a little bit about why that was done. First of all, let's move to the first slide, which it should be the presenters. Why does this take so long? I don't know. But I'm Michael Smith and co-chair of the NG911 PSAP working group. Rick Blackwell, who is co-chair, is taking notes for us. And Dan Mongrain is the author of the call handling specs in the NG911 PSAP standard. And we've been working on those for months. And
Years.
Years really, but in earnest, we've been reviewing the text for months here, and we're pretty much done. A lot of the issues that we talked about yesterday in the I3 architecture NG911 PSAP joint issues session were actually raised during the creation and review of the call handling text. So we identified a lot of issues. What we're going to talk about today is basically how we have dealt with the issues of communications between call handling and dispatch, and how we broke things out into functional elements, and why we're interested in interfaces, and we're not interested in specifying everything a CAD system does, but certain things that a CAD system does we're really concerned about because they concern communication with other systems, things, and persons in the NG911 system. So we had to make sure that we have interfaces and functional elements defined where necessary so that we can standardize those parts that allow two different systems to talk together. Do you want to add anything to that, Dan?
No, it's
okay. So what we want to do in this session, we want to answer these questions. What is the incident handling FE? And we're going to explain why we took the record out of it. We used to call it incident record handling. And what does it do and not do? What is its role in the PSAP, and how does it relate to dispatch and call handling? Those are two other functional elements in the NG911 PSAP. And remember that functional elements aren't systems, so dispatch is a function that's done by a CAD system, but the CAD system does a lot more things than just the dispatch function. We were interested in the dispatch function because it does an important job that we have to be concerned about in communicating incident status to another functional element or system. And we want to discuss the use cases to ensure that the responsibilities of these three FEs are clear in the NG PSAP standard. Since we departed from talking about just a CPE system or just a call handling system and talking just about CAD system, but rather talking about the functional elements that communicate, the pieces of those systems that communicate with other systems that may be from other vendors. We want to make sure that our standard is clear on that, and that everyone, the implementers and the buyers alike, understand what the role of these functional elements are. You want to elaborate on that at all, Dan?
no. Do you have a slide that basically gives the history how we came up with these three separate FEs?
No.
No?
I don't have a slide on that, but I think we could probably explain that.
Sure, and easily. So basically, when in NGPSAP requirements, when we coming up with requirements for the next generation PSAP standard, we looked at existing systems, okay, call handling in CAD, so CPE and CAD at the time, and look at their functionality. And obviously there was a lot of overlap between CAD and call handling. They both receive location and display location, etc. So we decided to split them in three separate functional elements. Call handling, FE, which deals with the call itself. Dispatch, which deals with dispatching emergency resources, okay, to incidents. And finally, in the middle, the overlapping part, which is handling what we called at the time the incident record, but now handling the incident. So, and Guy quite rightfully asked, okay, what's the definition of functional element for those that don't know? A functional element is an abstraction used in defining standards that basically allows you to create an abstraction for standardized functionality and interfaces. Okay, that is an FE, a functional element. So our typical, go ahead.
And may I add, Dan, the functionality are coherent with providing a service, right? They work together. It's not so an FE provide a current set of functionality.
Exactly. So what we use as a typical example is a washing machine. Okay, the washing machine is made of a whole bunch of parts. Okay, and also has standardized interfaces, an electrical interface. Okay, plumbing interfaces for both water inlet and sewer outlet. Okay, these are standardized interfaces because obviously it needs to work with your house. Okay, and also it needs to have standardized functionality, such as it needs to have a pump that will pump the water out or stuff like that. So that's how these are the different FEs for a washing machine. So there may be some part, like if you want washing machine that is front loaded or top loaded, that's in the user interface, out of scope. Okay, but they all have to have common set of functionalities. Got to be able to wash with hot water, cold water, etc. That standardized functionality of the FE. So is there a question of what an FE is? Pierre?
Pierre.
Yeah, just a question to understand what is incident handling functional element. Would the request for awareness be managed by the dispatch or by the IHFE?
IHFE, because dispatch strictly deals with emergency resources. Okay.
Okay, so requests for resource or requests for service would be through dispatch, and requests for awareness would be through IHFE.
Well, we can debate. For example, a request for resource. I think it's kind of obvious. A request for service may be debatable. Okay, but typically all of these go to the incident handling FE, and then it would interface. You will never find. Okay, this is where, well, as they were tightly coupled in E911, they're going to be tightly coupled in NG911. Okay, I extremely doubt any product vendor or system vendor will come out with a call handling FE without a incident handling, or a dispatch without incident handling. They will always combine them, the two together at the very least.
Yeah,
so
I think we're going to get into that very shortly here, but I think Brian raised an issue in a chat message, may have been just to me, that did you have a beef with the way?
No. Just keep going. Just keep going.
Perhaps it was a nit in the way that the words that I chose to describe something. But at any rate, the call handling functional element is that piece that we care about because it communicates with other systems. It's the one that has an interface, for example, to the NGCS for receiving calls and for managing queues and all those sorts of things, and for reporting state information. So we're going to try to describe this. We're only in the very beginning of it, but basically the call handling functional element just handles calls. It doesn't do incidents. Dispatch assigns resources. Incident handling functional element handles incident state or manages incident state. And we know that there's incident data. We know that there's an incident record that's stored somewhere, And obviously it's stored in memory somewhere so that you can manage it while you're taking the call, and you can manage it while you're dispatching on the incident and so forth. But we don't specify that part of it. But we needed to abstract this thing because essentially both call handling and dispatch have to do the same thing when communicating with each other. So call handler gets a call. What is the first thing it wants to do? It wants to notify a dispatcher that a call has come in, or notify subscribers to its incident data through the EIDO interface that a call has come in. Would you say that's accurate, Ian? Okay. Now, as incident state changes, which FE sends EIDOs to subscribers? That's a question that I posed, and I hope we can answer that in this session and all understand the same thing, all be on the same page about it, because that's going to be critical to actually writing specifications that are going to be clear. We do have text in our draft standard right now on incident record handling, or as we call it now, incident handling functional, but it's not quite right. So that's what we're working on right now, and the input that we get from you all is going to help us drive writing clear specifications. And we want to step through some use cases that should help to clarify the FE roles. And I'm hoping for myself that I can understand this as a person that's not an expert either on call handling or on dispatch, but understand basically the functionality that's done in a PSAP. And I think if I can understand it, probably a lot of operational people will be able to understand it. We need to reach that goal in our specs.
And I think Brian posited quite rightfully in chat, in that if you take a look at the IDO, I think it's very obvious which FE owns which part of the IDO. So the call data component is owned by CHFE. The emergency resource data component is owned by dispatch, and basically everything else is owned by incident handling.
Yes.
And so, and
well, I mean, there's small changes, right? Additional data comes from call handling because it comes with a call. But
yeah,
those are nits. Your point is exactly spot on.
But so the line between the two incident handling is EIDO?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, but the line between call handling, the CHFE and incident handling is an EIDO. The interface between dispatch and incident handling is an EIDO.
Right. If we take a look,
they're likely to be implemented by the same vendor in the same box, and then they don't have to use an EIDO.
Okay.
Yeah. And if we take a look, for example, in the three diagrams, okay, so the one at top left is like what I was mentioning is will be your typical implementation. Okay, so you're going to have in one system, one box, one service, call it what you want, a incident handling and a call handling. So that will be your typical call handling product or services that you're going to use to take calls. And right next to it, intercoupled using the IDO, you're going to have your so you're going to have the this background noise is highly annoying.
I know, I'm trying to find where it's coming from, and I keep muting folks. And I'm not sure. Whoever's at an 864 number, you need to remain muted. And actually you need to rename. If you're not going to stay muted, unless you have your hand raised to speak, I'm going to remove you from the meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, so folks, everyone check to make sure that you're muted, especially if you're not talking, to include the speakers.
Am I now unmuted? Oh, hang on a second.
Yes.
Yep.
You have two of them, Michael, so I wasn't sure which one was your speaking one and which one wasn't.
Yeah, forgive
Okay,
me.
so
I need to get out of this other application here, which also has a live microphone on it at the moment. Okay, maybe that was the cause of the noise. Go ahead, Dan.
okay, So, and on the right, the dash box, that's your typical CAD, NG CAD, which it has incident handling FE and the dispatch FE together. So Amy, question?
So in this example that you have, I'm a call taker and I'm on the phone and I'm gathering information and I'm entering it into the incident. So I'm entering it into incident handling. The call's already been dispatched to a unit in the field. So when I enter information, then that creates an EIDO, and that an EIDO is received by dispatch and by the responders and by record handling.
Whoever subscribed to your system that you're using to update the incident record.
Okay.
So, and because here we take a look at this two boxes, they both have a incident handling FE. So you could use either product, either user interface to update the incident record. Okay, you could do it on the call handling product, or you could do it on the CAD product, and it will work because, and the IDO, as soon as you update it on one system, and the IDO will go out, which will update the other one and vice versa. So, and Brian, got your hands up?
Yeah, I basically wanted to say exactly what you did, that they both are likely to be sending EIDOs that update the system. There's an IDX that coalesces that data and will, do something like take the most recent if they're both modifying the same thing. And other entities inside the PSAP are likely to use that as the thing out of the IDX as the EIDO that they use for what's the state of the incident. But it doesn't have to work that way. And in particular, that the incident handling FE in dispatch may directly subscribe to incident handling FE in call handling instead of going through the IDX. That's an implementation detail. You can choose to do it that way, or you can choose to use the IDX to do the coalescing for you. Either way works, but what Dan said is that either can modify it and it results in the agency's view of the incident being changed.
Yep.
Okay, I did want to say Roger Marshall created this diagram when we were on a call talking about this. I think to help him understand things and to help others understand what we were discussing there. The third diagram at the bottom is identical to the one at the upper right. It's not supposed to be. It was originally a diagram that had only one incident handling FE that was shared or used by both call handling and dispatch. So that's the kind of third model that we thought about. I think my personal opinion is that probably call handling systems will incorporate incident handling and dispatch systems will incorporate incident handling. And that's the model you see most often. But as I have seen with NG Core Services implementations out in the field, different vendors do different things, and particularly when one vendor is providing all of the elements in a larger system. For example, they may be providing the ECRF and ESRP and the border control function. They may break those things up into applications or services that are a little bit different than what the working group originally envisioned. So, as long as it works and as long as they support all the interfaces that are required, I don't think we care.
Yeah.
And I don't think it matters at all in terms of the functionality and interfaces that we're going to define for these functional elements, how you decide to bundle.
So
A small PSAP might have an instance where a single person is doing both call taking and dispatching, in which case they might very well have a call handling FE, a single incident handling FE, and the dispatch FE. That's a very reasonable arrangement for a small PSAP.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you will find more and more vendors that will be offering integrated call handling and CAD in the single offering. Okay, which is what's supposed the bottom diagram is supposed to show. So within the same, if you put dotted lines, dashed lines around the three boxes, and you have an integrated solution. Or or what you typically see, separate products, one for call handling vendor, one from a CAD vendor, okay, interconnected using EIDOs, and the agent in front of it decides which one it deals with displaying and updating incident data, including location, for example. But you have some larger agencies where typically they take down, they answer the call, take down the information, and the dispatch is done separately, where the dispatcher doesn't even talk to the caller. Okay. Typically, you will find that call taker will have a CAD in front of them. In NG 911, this is not truly necessary if the call handling vendor implements a fully fledged incident handling FE, which allows it to update in that same user interface the incident information, take down notes, take down update incident location, etc. That could all be done on the call handling product. Okay, and then the dispatcher, its CAD will get the IDO with that information. Okay, and then we'll do the appropriate dispatch, and the call taker will get that update. So if somebody calls back for the state of that incident, they will know, oh, okay, resources are en route or whatever.
Okay.
It's all going to work.
So yeah, we keep telling you that. So are there any questions about this before we get off it? The main point we're trying to make with this is that it doesn't matter how you bundle things. What really matters is how the interfaces work together. And that's what we're specifying.
And one thing that's truly important, when you combine more than one FE together in the same instantiation, okay, you do not have multiple EIDO interfaces. You have a single interface. These FEs will talk together, okay, and wherever they update something, either call state or incident state, then the EIDO will go out. As a single EIDO will go out. So.
Okay, so let's talk about some use cases. In other words, how, as you're processing a call and processing an incident, who does what in that from these three functional elements here? When the CHFE receives a call, does it notify EIDO subscribers about the call?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the first thing that happens. As soon as you get a call, you send out EIDOs to subscribers.
Yeah, every time the call state changes, and the IDO will go out.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and you may have, I don't know if you call them subscribers if you're doing a push, but some system may be configured to receive pushes, right?
But not for call state updates.
Okay. Right, that would only be for one-time pushes, like when you're going to send location to the dispatch or something.
No, that is the only pushes that we have defined in conveyance are the request for service. Okay, I need you to intervene on this incident. You determine how you do it. A request for awareness. Okay, so I want you to know about this incident, but don't want you to intervene right now. And a request for resource, which is, okay, I need this particular thing. Okay, I need a water buffalo, or I need this ladder truck or something. Okay, so, or I need these resources. Can you provide them?
Okay,
so those are the three type of pushes.
All three of those pushes are done to another agency, is that correct?
Yes, or actually they could be done within the same agency. For example, call handling could send a push to a dispatcher. Okay, so that, but again, implementation detail.
Yeah, the reason I'm wondering about that is that, the push would presumably be done by the IDX if it was another agency, and may be done by incident handling if it's in the same agency. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's keep working through this example here. So the call contains a location or a location reference. Who notifies EIDO subscribers of that?
Again, call state, when the call state changes, all the data that came with the call is included with that EIDO. So remember that EIDO always includes the full picture. Okay, so that will include all location that was received with the call, but either by reference or by value.
Okay, so thinking through this, CHFE received the call, it then somehow passes the data to incident handling, which then notifies the subscribers. Is that how it works?
Again, if they're both bundled together, it automatically happens. So, so
suppose they're not, just for the sake of argument, suppose they're not. Then the answer to his question is yes.
So if they're separate boxes, then the box that had the call, the CHFE that contains the CHFE, will send the IDO out to the other box that has an incident handling FE, which will get. So your CAD, for example, that's how CAD's going to work. They'll use the IDO to get the information. It will know about, okay, a call that just came in, okay, and then a call has been offered to one or more agents, okay. So then that CAD can start updating the user interface in front of those agents, and then the one agent answers the call, so it will show that call is active on CAD, etc.
Right. Okay, so this is an important point because in the NG PSAP spec, we've always said if you bundle two functional elements together, you have to support the standardized interface on both of those functional elements, but you don't have to use it internally.
Exactly.
It would be dumb to be sending an EIDO to yourself internally within the same application or two applications that have a tight coupling together. So we don't care about that. What we do care about is that EIDO subscribers get notified. And in this case, I guess the IDE would be notifying the other subscribers if it was external. Okay. Not the IDX, the IHFE. I can't use the new name. Okay. All right. So the third bullet is, I'm sorry, I tapped that inadvertently. Does the CHFE or the IHFE subscribe to location updates? And what about for held queries?
So one thing to understand, okay, and this is a paradigm shift from E911. In E911, call if it was a wireless location, and every time call handling rebid, it would send a updated message to CAD. This is no longer accurate in NG911. In NG911, okay, the if you get location by reference, which is the way that you know that you can get updates of location during the call, so that reference is sent to the other subscribers, and it is up to them to rebid to get location updates. So if on the call handling product you do and rebid location and you get an update, you do not send that location, okay, by value to subscribers. Okay, they need to know, they will need to get an update, they go and rebid. This is a fundamental difference between E911 and NG911.
Okay, so
isn't there a chance by doing it that way? Isn't there a chance that dispatcher or responders don't have the most current location? If the call taker is taking the information and the subject moves and they rebid for that location, then it doesn't go out, and the only way the other elements get it is if they do a rebid. Isn't that a problem? Can that be an officer safety issue?
Well, this is where you need to ensure that your products that get location by reference, need to be configured the same way as call handling so that they basically get updated location.
Yeah, ideally, I think you want the responder device to subscribe to location updates or do rebids, held queries to get updated location and not rely on the dispatcher to do that for them. Doesn't it seem reasonable?
Yeah. The one of the reasons why this was done this way is that if location is able to go and get up after the call is over, okay, then you could go and do rebid. Most call-based systems will not allow you to get a call's location update, okay, but there could be. So that's why the reference is made available to the other FEs, and they are responsible for doing their own updates.
Yeah, I always think about the case where, you know, somebody has been abducted, their phone is active, maybe they're in the trunk of the car or something, and the car is moving, and location updates are made available, and everybody wants to know, you know, the dispatcher wants to know where the vehicle is now, and the responder wants to know, you know, who is in pursuit perhaps of the vehicle or whatever, where the vehicle is now, and they all want to know it as near to real time as possible. So I think the only way you do that is that all the devices that are interested need to subscribe or need to do the rebids.
Yeah. So that means that if you have a dispatcher that's not the call taker because they're separate, then you don't need to rely on the call taker to do rebids to get their location. You can go and rebid yourself.
Okay.
So this is a fundamental change, and I see quite a lot of chatter in the box. And unfortunately, I can't read it and at the same time. But
let me first ask Ira, who has his hand up. Why don't you bring your point and we'll look at the chat here. Rick, see if you see stuff in there that we need to call out.
Oh, it's in the notes.
So this is Ira. So I'm just curious if standard language says location by value will not be sent, or is it inferred somewhere? Or
well, location by value that was received with a call will be sent, but when you go and dereference location, that is not sent in the IDO.
Right, and what we put language in there, Etienne or Amy, the other day, didn't we, to specifically state that? We stated as it should probably. Do you all recall exactly? I think we stated that exactly.
Yeah, so it's in here. It was already the case, but it was not clear in the text. So yes, we did a text that says that if you get location by reference, then you should include that exact reference. But the exception to it is that if you determine that it's no longer the call location and that's the incident location, then you can include it however you want.
Right, exactly. because describing an incident without telling what the location is, it really is not very useful.
Yeah. So for example, your kidnapped victim in a trunk. So that incident location basically is that kidnapped victim. And as long as they're on the call and you're able to rebid, you would make the incident location that reference. So you can go and rebid it. But if it's a wireless caller reporting my house is on fire and they cross the street to call 911, then you will set the location to be 123 Main Street, wherever the address of the house is, and that won't move. So again, it's up to the agent to make the right call of what they specify as incident location. Victor?
Yeah, just a quick question. So the expectation is, so I'm thinking about the carrier in this case, or the location server, and receiving many more bids for updated location. But should I say the group doesn't care how that is done in the carrier network? If location is cached for a certain amount of time and delivered, or would you expect each time a bid comes in, a rebid, that it's fresh location?
It should be an implementation detail on the
Okay.
list in order to how to appropriately handle, obviously, because you're going to get a lot more requests for
Right.
for one call.
Right,
So
exactly.
so it should, in my opinion, it should cache and refresh. Well, again, implementation detail.
Okay. All right.
Right, and always keep in mind that the server can limit how often you can get updates, and that's, I think, true in all these cases.
Yes. Or for example, it could be that, so the first held request for emergency dispatch triggers a new measurement. If more come in while it's pending, then they get queued, and once you get the response back from the location carrier location service, then all of the outstanding requests gets answered. So again, implementation detail on the list vendor on how they handle this.
Okay. Any other questions about that bullet before we go on to the next?
So somebody tracking the chatter?
Yeah, it looks like Brian is responding in the chat, and thank you for doing that, Brian. Is there a particular point there that someone made? There's an awful lot of chat messages in there, and I can't catch up on them.
Yeah, me too. So I understand this radical change from E911 is, but then again, most users won't see it because it will be hidden from them, in that the implementation of NGCAD, for example, will know to do its own dereferencing.
Right.
Yeah, none of this is going to be visible. It's true, but it's not visible.
And the vendors will work with when implementation. Okay, so to make sure that, okay, well, make sure you configure like rebid timer parameters and everything to be identical on call handling, etc. So you don't have a lot of discrepancies.
Right. Hey, I do see something that caught my eye from John Hinkle. Says it's the dispatcher's responsibility to rebid a phone. The responders have no way of doing it. And that is indeed true today. However, since there are standard interfaces for getting location updates, it's quite possible, and I think probable in the future, that responder devices, whatever they are, whether they're a computer system in the car or something on a smartphone or a smart device they carry with them, those will be able to do location update requests automatically.
Yeah, remember that the responder data service that we've defined as the FE used by responders in the field in order to get incident information will get fed the IDOs. It can subscribe to CAD and call handling and everything in order to get incident information, and it will get the references so that a field responder could do a rebid from the field.
Okay, so I think this next one, the next to last bullet, is the same issue and probably has the same answer. If the call contains additional data or a reference to additional data, who notifies the EIDO subscribers? So call handling gets the call. It knows that it contains additional data because it has the information in the invite, right? Does it put that reference or that additional data into an EIDO and send it to subscribers, or is that incident handling?
Well, if it came with the call, it's incident handling. Okay, so there are standardized additional data blocks that comes with call: service info, provider info, subscriber info. So those that come with the call will be included in the IDO by reference or by value. Okay, and again, if it's by reference, CAD will have to go and dereference. Okay, no different than location. And it'll basically, it will work. So if you, additional data is also used to capture a whole bunch of stuff and like medical information, stuff like that. So those data blocks, if that can be created or updated in the incident record, okay, then that could be IHFE that does it. So again, it depends on which portion of the IDO gets updated.
Okay, yeah, true. Okay, now the next one probably has an obvious answer. Who logs the state change in each case? Well, it would be the one who is either sending the EIDO to other subscribers, or it could be, even if you didn't send an EIDO, if you are registering a change in state, that you have to log that change in state.
Yes. So we
So-
have a number of log events that that FEs need to log when they process a call and or an incident, and they will do the proper logging.
So I'm thinking, is the rule, okay, call handling is logging all the call state changes, anything that happens with the call.
Yep.
Incident handling is logging all the incident state changes.
Yep.
Okay, and it
we'll
seems
have to
perfectly
define those.
reasonable to me. Yeah, right. Okay, any questions about that? Now we're going to look at dispatch use cases. So this is the other end of the pipeline. You know, obviously you got a communication pipeline between your dispatch function and your call handling function, because the two of them have to interact, you know, on basically on every call and almost every incident. So when a call is received, describe the sequence of EIDOs from the CHFE and its associated incident handling FE to dispatch and its associated incident handling FE. So I'm looking for the string of EIDOs that you could imagine would happen on you know, a normal call.
Yeah. So typically, what you will see is an initial EIDO at when the invite is received, that will basically call state change of call begin. Okay. And then when that call is offered to one or more agents, then you'll get an updated EIDO with a call offered, okay, and with the name of the agent or agents this call was offered to, okay. And then when one of the agents answers, then there's a call state change goes to call answered, and it will specify which agent answered the call. Okay, so those are typically what you'll see at beginning of a call. Okay, for changes to the state of the call. Okay, and then basically if a agent adds another party to the call, so for example, the need of police, okay, then you will see a party added state where the will specify the additional party that was added to the call, and then in between that, as the agent also deals with the incident itself, okay, it may update the incident record with the incident location, for example, incident type, take notes, etc. And every time these will occur, other EIDO is going to come out.
Right. So take the case where call taking and dispatch are two separate functions performed by two different individuals, and each of those individuals has a separate system. So you got EIDOs initially flowing from the CHFE and its IHFE over to dispatch and its IHFE. And at some point, after not very long in many cases, the call may end, but the response is going on and the dispatch function continues for quite some time, right?
Exactly.
All right. And then there are a lot of incident state changes that can occur. And I'm just wondering, for those things, you know, during the response, and let's say now the call has ended and the response is in process. During the response, the dispatch FE is going to assign resources. And there are other things that happen with regard to the disposition of those resources. I presume those are the responsibility of dispatch too, like a unit reports that it's arrived on scene, right?
Exactly. So very similar to how call handling agents will, like, you'll get updates with the call was offered and call is answered and everything. And then you will see something similar for emergency resources that are getting involved in the incident. Okay, and you will get the updates to their status. Okay, basically assigned, en route, on scene, etc. So so you will get in the IDO with the updated state of each resource as they intervene in the incident.
Okay, I'm trying to picture now. Is that dispatch that is sending out these incident state update EIDOs to other subscribers, and not the incident handling FE?
Well, that would be dispatch. Dispatch deals with emergency resources. Or, again, it could also be via the, so when a resource is en route, they'll enter it in their mobile device or data terminal they have in their vehicle that they're accepting the incident and en route. Okay, so that update will come from the responder data service. Okay,
Yes.
so you will have a waltz of EIDOs going back and forth as people intervene, and people and entities and elements intervene in the processing of an incident.
Okay, so this responder data services thing, which was not in the diagram that we showed, but it is responsible for the exchange of incident data between responders and an agency.
Absolutely.
And it has the EIDO interface, so it knows how to do all of the things that interface supports.
Yep.
And my question is, okay, so incident state, an EIDO comes in from a responder that changes the incident state. You know, maybe it's I'm on scene or I've observed something else. Let's say it's I've arrived on scene. That is sent to the dispatch FE or to the incident handling FE?
Well, it will be sent to whoever subscribed. So so the dispatch FE and or incident handling FE, both, if it's the same box, who cares? Basically, we'll have subscribed to responder data services and we'll get those EIDOs.
Okay.
Michael, Victor's got his hand up.
Victor, go ahead.
Yes, Dan, and you just mentioned what I was thinking about. We haven't mentioned the FE, the IDX at all.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. It's all of these exchange of EIDOs, and you said subscribe. So I'm wondering how, and we spoke of interfaces, and then you spoke of subscription.
Yeah.
How does the IDX come into play here?
So
I'm trying to learn. I'm just
trying to
understand
and good question. So the IDX, the way I kind of see it, the IDX will be the data hub within an agency. So it will sit in the middle of the different FE subscribing to everybody, and it will relay information back and forth because that's its job. It will receive an update from CHFE, for example, okay, update its incident record, okay, and we'll send out an updated EIDO which coalesces everything together. So to everybody else, somebody in dispatch assigns a resource, okay, so it will get it and it will update the incident record, send it to everybody else. A resource out in the field answers on its mobile data terminal that it's responding. It will send it to IDX. The IDX will update the incident record, send it to everybody else. So it could act as a data hub if that's how it's implemented in the agency. Brian?
First of all, thank you very much, Dan. I just, all this stuff is just right on. I do want to raise a specific issue, which I think probably needs some text, which has to do with which function is doing the rebid, that is updating caller location. And I think it's call handling, not incident handling. I think as a result of the call location being updated, the incident handling might be, incident location might be updated, but that's an independent decision. I think the rebid is done by call handling and is reported to incident handling as an update in the state of the call.
Well, that's not how we have it defined, so we'll have to change the text.
Well, yeah, let's talk about that because if, let's say the call has ended.
Yeah,
call
exactly.
handling is not going to continue to subscribe to updates and report on those changes, is it?
The whole reason why we distributed the responsibilities exactly for that.
We're not hearing you, Brian.
Sorry, I was responding to text and didn't hear the question.
Oh, okay. So it really was this. Let's say the call has ended. You said call handling is responsible for
Yes, the call is,
subscribing to
yes,
updates.
that's right. The call has ended. You can't rebid
Why not?
Right.
because the call has ended.
No, the location may still be, I know today, basically when the call is over, that you cannot, the ability to get a location is tied to the state of the call. Tomorrow may not be.
Well, well, we can solve that tomorrow. I mean, I hope at some point we get something better than we have now, but I don't want the standards to have to deal with what we think might happen in the future unless it's pretty sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think as long as the call is going, it seems reasonable that call handling is getting the location updates because it's the one responsible for the call, and that's what the location is associated.
That's exactly my point. Is that the state of the call is changing, not and then therefore it is incident handling. Call handling that does it.
So again, we can have the discussion in NGPSAP.
Yes.
This is a fundamental change on how we decided to treat location, but we can decide if we tightly couple it with call or not. And what about other location that may come, okay, through via other means than just a call?
I think that if it's not directly related to call state, then it's incident state.
So again, Dan Banks.
Yeah, I did want to mention that with withheld, so there's two different ways to get location, but withheld, if you get a location by reference, that reference has a set expiration time already. And so if the call ends, it's likely that you won't get any more updates to the location, but you should still be able to retrieve the location for as long as that reference is unexpired. Now,
exactly.
I can't say that everybody is going to implement with that in mind, but that should be true. Now, it's also possible that the life of an incident would extend beyond the validity of, or the expiration time of that location reference that was originally passed with the call.
Right.
Yeah. So because sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, as I say, so that's something important to keep in mind, and I think I do kind of agree with Brian that. So I can see use cases where you might want to say the incident location should update every time the call, or should be the caller's location for as long as the caller's on the phone, and have that automatically update. But I think there are plenty of other cases where you wouldn't want that to be true.
So my concern is if we tie it to call handling, is that and it's manual rebid. So basically it's only agent that's on the call with the caller is able to get an updated location. A dispatcher or field responser, unless they communicate with the call taker, they cannot get an updated location.
Well, if it's location, if the call is sent by location, which is the circumstance we're talking about, by reference, the call state will have the reference in it.
Agree, but what we need to decide, Well, I thought we were saying that only call handling does the rebid.
I mean, if you wanted to deal with effects of what happens about location after a call ends,
Or even during a call.
really occurred. Well, but why isn't you, again, the only the call taker can do the rebid on current implementations.
I know, but I thought we agreed that's not what we want tomorrow.
Yeah, if the responder can't do the rebid, that means the call taker has to, and then send an EIDO with the
Okay.
change in location, right? And that's essentially what's done today, right?
So right now we've distributed.
Tom, we're not ignoring you. We're just going to finish this point. Go ahead, Dan.
So going to say right now, we've distributed the responsibility for retrieving location, dereferencing location to everybody that gets the reference. Okay, so we did not put the onus on call handling to do rebids and send EIDO updates with the value it received. So, and so that others can get rebids. So, and also if the reference, because the reference may be valid and may be dereferenceable beyond the life of the call, because it's up to the list to decide, okay, how long it will entertain location queries, okay? And again, even though you cannot get an update, you could, even after the call is over, go and get the last known location, okay? That is perfectly valid.
Michael, you got one more minute, brother.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
getting
so-
short on time, and I'm going to recognize Tom because he had his
Yes,
hand up.
please.
But this is the kind of issue that I wanted to identify with this session. So we're going to have to discuss this obviously in the NGP group. Go ahead,
So,
Tom.
yeah, go Tom.
I'll hold my comment for when we talk about it in NGPSAP. It just has to do with something to keep our eye on for how long after a call has ended that you could go retrieve location. In the US, there are certain restrictions on, when you can do that.
Yeah,
Right.
and it should be up to the list in force.
That's what I heard you say at the last sentence. I decided that I'd wait till NGPSAP.
Okay. All right. We will discuss that. Anybody else got a comment or question? Anything in the chat that somebody thinks is important? We gotta bring up.
And as everybody can see, our discussion in NGPSAP are extremely entertaining, extremely relevant. So please join us.
Yeah, we meet Thursdays at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So even people on the West Coast can easily make that one.
Michael, I do have one other thing I wanted to share for anyone who was interested in the details around location requests and responses. When that conversation was taking place, I went and had to refresh my memory and open J Standard 036C. And on page 8-52 is where it begins. But that's where you could find all the different coding that takes place on the signaling that is sent when you're asking for initial location versus updated location, and the way they can classify all the different, when the answer comes back, the system can actually send a code that indicates information about that location it's sending. Is it the original? Has it been updated? How it was, what source was used to determine it? Anyway, J Standard 36, page 8-52 is where it begins.
That's for an E2 interface. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say the J standard again. Rick, you got to capture that in the notes.
Terry qualified.
But that's basically
E2. That's not
irrelevant.
Yeah, I don't know that it's not relevant. I was relaying it and I forgot to classify it as being for E2.
Yeah.
That's how the E2 interface functions. I presume that there would be some similar signaling capability taking place in an NG911 IP environment.
Not really. The held interface, which is what used right now, is somewhat different. There's no, the determination for initial versus updated location is inferred than explicit.
Okay. Well, we're
was
gonna have
always
to
a
pick
problem.
we're gonna have to pick this up in NGPSAP. I think we're out of time, and thank you all. Thank you, Tom. Sandy, over to you.
Okay, folks, so we have a 13-minute break. So if you can please rejoin us at either noon Pacific or 3 p.m. Eastern, where it's going to be NG91 GIS Data Model Templates version 2, a discussion with Tom Neer.
Okay.
Are you there? Are you there? How about now? Oh,
Yeah, we can hear you. We're good.
can you hear me now?
We can hear you all 3 times.
I can't hear you.
Oh, there's always one.
Kevin, what's going on, brother?
Who's talking? Oh, hey, Andy, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Did anybody reply to you or just ignore you?
Regarding,
Your call for, is anybody there? Wasn't that you?
no, I think that was Rick.
All right, I'm going back to mute.
Tom Neer, are you about ready to start sharing your screen, sir?
Okay.
Folks, this is our 3-minute warning. Jerry, you always have my back. Thank you, sir. Oh, we'll mute that one. It is late in the day for some. Okay, so folks, as before Tom starts on his presentation, Rick Blackwell made a very thoughtful request, and what he asked is that in honor of Delane, I'm going to put it in the chat for you. Please have a cookie or two. Rick, did you want to share a few thoughts about what the relevance of the cookie is?
He is ecstatic that he'll be able to try.
Rick, are you with us, sir? Oh, I guess he wasn't able to rejoin.
Let me check.
Okay. And Tom, you have plenty of time. My session's next. It's okay. And my session's boring, so we'll be lucky if anybody hangs out.
Well, I don't know.
It's not actually on the list, so nobody really knows how boring it's going to be.
Yeah,
It
was not exactly screaming fun either.
Okay, well,
put anybody to sleep.
We'll let you go ahead and get your presentation started, and we'll let Rick jump in between yours and mine.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name's Tom Nair. Going to do more of a presentation on the changes with the data model templates, but also in doing that, we really leveraged NENA's GitHub on this. So there'll be some commentary on that too throughout that process. And my screening thingy is not moving. There we go.
Again, my name's Tom Neer. Jason Horning's actually not note taker. The presentation got moved up, and I think Cheryl's covering. But I want to give a shout out to both Jason and Cheryl, who really helped us kind of navigate some of the new challenges of using a version control system within the NENA rules. So essentially, we want to provide an understanding what the Next Gen 911 GIS data model templates are for and how to implement them within their organization with a little bit of side commentary. And at the outset, I want to state that the templates were designed as a common transport format between Next Gen 911 data providers and the spatial interface. They are not designed to replace an organization's internal structure for data management. You don't have to adopt these internally. The typical usage would be to ETL your data internally into a normalized format to transfer to another organization. Optionally, and I think a lot of people, and this is where they get confused, you can use the scripts to extend your own organization schema to meet your internal needs. So the changes between version 1 and version 2, we updated for NENA STA 006.2. The working group was formed in October, November of last year. We finished the work in about 3 months. Great help from the entire working group that was involved in this and adapted to using GitHub in addition to our weekly meetings. The scripts were refactored. So the old script had the entire schema and all the code in one file. Those have been separated to allow implementation much easier. We've added support for ArcGIS desktop side from 10.2 all the way through to ArcGIS Pro 3.1.1, which was just released several weeks ago, and I tested when putting this together. We also, to simplify the process for people who are not comfortable using Python, we created desktop toolboxes. We did extensive documentation improvements, and we migrated to NENA's GitHub. So what is GitHub? GitHub's a version control system. And why would we want to use that? With documents like NENA STA 006, that defines the schema of the databases, and it is managed in code, and using version control allows us to enable collaboration so multiple people can be working on it, an artifact at one time. The other is to facilitate feedback, and I have an example of that. The working group, in addition to our meetings, also extensively used the GitHub issues, and we were able to identify as they were put in. We would tag whether they were bugs, whether they were resolved, whether it is a bug and then had to be referred off to the data model working group for discussions. So this process was used throughout the working group. In addition, within each of these issues, as they were documented, we would track how the working group responded to implementing or not implementing each of these steps. And when something was accepted, and I picked an example of where we chose not to implement this. Let me find one then. That's one. And I'm not finding, I'll trip over it later. But the issues were very helpful. The other nice thing with version control is the ability to track changes. So this is the code history. So when we're going through and working on documents in the traditional method where we're sharing a Word document and making changes, kind of lose some of that history of what has changed over time. The nice thing with the commit history is we know exactly what has occurred. And in cases like this, where we've made a update, we can reference the issue that brought that up, so we can come back and identify what that was and then close that issue out. And then lastly, code management, the ability to branch and tag the code throughout. So when we go into the next gen data model, we imported version 1. So if somebody's still on version 1, they can go back and pull that. We have a version 2, and we actually have a version 3 that hasn't been, it's branched locally, not currently, but as we go through version 3, there will be a version 3 branch within this. So everybody will have access to the various versions throughout the life history. As we go through this, do you need to learn Git? Absolutely not. If you're not comfortable with it, that's great. We built this so it works for people who are not familiar with Git and people who are. If you want to, there's a link to a good series on what Git and GitHub are. So where is this stored? Well, it's on GitHub and it's under NENA's repository. And there's various other repositories in here, but it's the NENA next gen GIS data model. So accessing the templates, the easiest place for most people is just going to be go to the data model releases. This is also available on the side of the repository. So we have the version 2.0 that was released the beginning of this year. We've identified all the enhancements, all the updates that were performed to that. And then you can download the entire source code as a zip file. There's also the version 1 within this. While we were going through this, we also implemented tagging. There were releases for working group review and public review. Those were removed to only major releases throughout the project history. I assume most people are not gonna be using Postgres, but I'm going to cover what we've done in that. So each section of code, whether it is for the PostGIS or the Esri geodatabase, was separated into its own repository. These are documented with the table of contents. We go over the dependencies, and then the documentation includes 3 examples. If you're a command line person, how to use pSQL. If you use pgadmin, we've gone through and documented that, and also dbeaver, which is an open source database management software. Walk through the steps, and then going into the SQL script, because this is just imported, we decided to just document this and the steps to use it, and any modifications you might want to make. If you're using a different schema name, ID field, you can just copy this, put it into a text editor or your database management tool, and do a find and replace. And we talk about that throughout this documentation. It's a 2-step process. You'll first create your tables, and then once that's done, there's a secondary script that can be copied to load any default domains as identified in 006. That was a super quick coverage of that. For most people in the US, they're using ArcGIS Desktop, whether it's Pro or ArcMap. For that, we have set up specific documentation. It's same structure, getting started. And then we also have separate instructions for Desktop 10 and Pro. And if you're really into it, there's a link to the Git repository if you want to use a version control system. So for simplest solution, you want to just use the template file geodatabase that's up there. There's a download link. And all you need to do is download it, ETL your organization data into it, compress it, and send it. You're done. You didn't have to touch any code. If you want to go a little further, we've built a toolbox for the tools. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there's a download link, a link to the Get It Started documentation about using the toolbox and any known issues. Effectively, the way this works is the toolbox broken into two pieces. One is for Pro, one is for ArcMap. It's a vendor issue. It had to be that way. You just load it into your desktop. You'll open it up. You can default your output location. You can change the name of the geodatabase. And then we provide options to overwrite any existing geodatabase to include just primary service boundaries or all 37 service boundaries, and to include metadata. This will run. We wrote this to be very chatty. This process usually takes about 5 to 8 minutes. And when it's complete, you will have a pre-built file geodatabase. Jump onto that. In using this, you'll see that it has all of the tables pre-built. You can go in, and the domains are pre-populated. We've also included descriptions. And the domains are pre-populated. Road Centerline has a little more domain usage than the boundaries. Again, these are separate toolboxes for ArcGIS 10X and ArcGIS Pro 2.x or later. We didn't have anybody using one, don't recommend it. But 2.4, I believe, through 3.1 have been tested. Went too far. One catch that caught people is that there are certain domains that the data provider will need to populate, and these would be the additional code fields for our Canadian friends, the discrepancy agency ID, the county equivalents, rather than putting in 3,600 or so counties. We just leave it up to what you want. ESN numbers, postal codes, postal community names, and service URIs. I have a slide which will go over editing this. Another common one that we've run into is people don't see their pre or post street name type in the NENA registry and how to add it. So we've added a link to the NENA registry. And at the bottom of this page, you can submit, there's a submit button to make a request. One note on this is that some of these submissions are not following NENA standards. So Old County Road, old is not, that should actually go into a different field. And then, so be careful with those. The other is the provisioning boundary GUID. The NENA Globally Unique ID in version 2 has a specific schema to it. And one is to use a layer indicator from section 7.2 out of STA 006. Unfortunately, the provisioning layer is not listed in that, and it's the only place. So this is a known issue, and it'll be addressed in V3. For the time being, we're asking you to talk with your vendor to use, or we've addressed this in issue 66 and just unofficially recommended to use PROV, which follows the layer indicator standards in section 7.2. So integrating the templates. So the templates were refactored pretty heavily. The initial ones were developed for ArcGIS Desktop 10 and Python 2.7. Python 2.7 was deprecated over 2 years ago. What we did is we added a bunch of code to detect version and license level. And then we also integrated Python and the ArcPy logging within the code. The scripts are modularized, so I can't find my mouse. The create nextgen 911 Python file is a script that only creates the file geodatabase. There's no schema information stored in it. It is configurable for console and toolbox use. All of this next-gen, the STA0 schema was moved into the schema file geodatabase Pi. And this stores dictionaries of the domains, the feature classes, the tables, and the relationship classes. So in adding provider-specific domains, the easiest way to do this is you're going to download the toolbox, and you'll open up this schema file, geodatabase file. And within this, we have values that are stored either as a dictionary of key value pairs. So in the case of country, US, United States, CA, Canada, MX, Mexico, or in numeric ranges, just a list with a minimum and a maximum. So for agency ID, you would just put in some curly braces, add your key value pairs, and you're done. Then you can run the tool and build it for your organization. Again, the commonly are the additional codes, the discrepancy agency IDs, county equivalency SN, postal code, postal community, and service URI. We also added the ability to set default values. This is stored within the field descriptions, and it's this none value. And so when you're creating a database, if you want to set those default values, you would change this none to, for example, your discrepancy agency ID, the string representation of that. This is optional for people to do, but it is set up so you can do that. So understanding the schema. I mentioned we have domains, and these are just dictionaries. So the domain name, the description, the field type, the domain type, and any values that would be defined within 006. There's lots of populated data. In feature classes, we also use dictionaries. And the way this works is we have the outname, the alias, the geometry type. The measurement and Z values are currently disabled in all data sets, but they're there. They'll probably be changed in V3. And then the field definitions are defined by the Esri tools that import these. Modifying.
Prefer that we use AWS location services. I don't know. I think if we had to use AWS.
Thank you. If you want to modify any of these, we've included in the documentation a description of each of the values within the arrays, and also links to the tools that are consuming these values. So we have the domains, the feature classes, the tables, and then the relationships. We also tripped across some known issues. We've documented these. We've provided links to the specific issues. So for example, ArcGIS Desktop is not enforcing range domains correctly. It is unfortunately a bug, and we don't expect it to be fixed by the vendor. We ran into a 290 issue where there was a bug in the editor tracking. We just recommend updating. And then we also have running scripts. There was a submission for a workaround to deal with licensing issues. And was this David? I think, yeah, it was David. Provided a workaround for that. We chose not, the working group chose not to implement that, but we did reference it within our known issues. All right. Running the scripts from the console. And I think for a lot of organizations, this is what they're going to be doing is they'll probably build an ETL process and integrate these scripts into it. And they were designed explicitly for that. So in the script that builds the database, we've gone through and included extensive documentation citing each of the tools throughout the process of what we are doing and why we are doing it. So checking archive versions and so on. You're welcome to make your own copies of it and modify it, but just be careful. The tool default runs off of the toolbox parameters. These are configured up for the ArcGIS toolboxes. Don't change these. But what you can do is you can come in and set your temp variable of where you're going to output, set your output name, and update these console params. And then you just very simply change the quargs here, keyword arguments, to import the console params rather than the toolbox params. And you're good to go. So what's coming in V3? One of the issues that we kind of noticed in doing data model templates working group is that it occurs after the data model discussions. And so testing, we found issues that had to go back to data model to be addressed as errata. So in V3, the templates are going to become a subwork group of data model V3 and will be designed throughout the process. What we're doing is we're adding unit and integration testing. So as the working group makes changes, we will go through and make sure that section 7.2, that table name exists in there. If we add on additional domain values, that they will fit the field widths defined within the model. So this will be an ongoing process through V3. As part of the unit and integration testing, we're translating all of STA 006 into a series of dictionaries, and we will be adding layer and field metadata. That will only be supported in ArcGIS Pro 3. Unfortunately, desktop, the metadata model methods are based on old XML, and it's much easier using the object-oriented metadata methods in ArcGIS Pro. We also plan to add domain update scripts. It was one of the reasons I asked about HTTPS on the registry, because the code gets grumpy when it's not secured. So right now the domains are statically within the repository. Updates can occur at any time, and we want to add the ability to update that when you create a file geodatabase. Another discussion that was deferred is dropping the use of PostGIS and switching to GeoPackage. For the most part, I don't think many GIS data providers would appreciate receiving a PostGIS tarball or know what to do with it. So for better communication, we believe the GeoPackage would be a better addition than PostGIS. And then time allowing, add PostGIS or the GeoPackage report to QGIS as a processing toolbox.
Tom, Brian has his hand up.
Oh, I didn't see any. Go for it, Brian.
Are you talking in the meet, Brian?
Darn, thank you.
You're welcome.
In the chat box, we have been chatting about some problems people have noted in MSAG versus GIS related issues.
Okay.
And I wonder if you would be able and interested and have the capacity to build a NENA standard MSAG file from a NENA standard GIS database, given all of the things were populated correctly, so that if you use the schema that you generated and you built a database and you populated all the fields correctly, if you did all of that, then you could run a script that would generate an MSAG from that. Is that something you could think about doing?
It is. You can do it.
There are multiple
Yes.
alley schemas or MSAG schemas, depending on the MSAG provider, the alley database provider. So it can be done. It would be complicated. One, you'd have to know, right? All the variations.
Yes, I got that. I do understand that, but maybe if there was an example of one, then clever people could work out whatever they needed for a specific.
Hey, Brian, this is Jeff Ledbetter. On the GIS data transition working group, we've put in some draft guidance on a GIS based MSAG and the uses for it and some of the considerations to create it. But we couldn't really define what it was going to look like for the reasons that Sandy brings up. But I know that there are a number of software solutions out there that are capable of doing that.
I know we've done it to verify migrations to next gen 911, primarily off of the road center lines, and it's essentially a dissolve.
Well, I offer the following observation. Until every PSAP has got their call handling and their CAD system and maybe their RMS system upgraded to i3, and every OSP has been upgraded to using an LVF, we're going to have to maintain MSAG.
Oh, yes.
If we don't have good tools, then what will happen is rot, which will cause lots of manual work on everybody's point of view. So if we could put more effort into being able to automatically maintain it instead of manually maintain it, then maybe the right thing will happen.
Yeah, Brian, again, I'll reference the GIS data transition document. We make that case as well as can be made from a NENA, information document standpoint. And you're 100% right. The transitional period of time is going to be different for everybody. And this will be a critical part of it, is making sure that there is no dissonance between legacy data sets and GIS data sets.
Yeah, I fully understand that. And that's great that the document says that, but this is a tool discussion, and I'm wondering if we couldn't help attain the goals that document says by helping.
Well, I would say that it's going to be pretty hard, if not impossible, to create a standard that would drive that, because of the variability of both implementation progress and need, and whether or not you want to maintain, all towards the goal of maintaining one set of GIS data that outputs both GIS data and an MSAG or something along the lines of it meets the needs of an MSAG. But I think we're going to have a hard time coming up with a standard definition of what that tool looks like, or even what the data looks like.
I don't agree with that, except the specific that was brought up, which is there's variations in vendors who of the format of the actual MSAG itself. There are some variations in that, and that I recognize as a problem that can't get resolved. But how to make it possible to do it so that you're automatically maintaining MSAG as you maintain your GIS, I think.
Yeah.
So in the chat, there is a discussion about the MSAG conversion service. Is this more appropriate for that? This discussion here about
Well,
the standardization.
Again, that would be a beneficiary of a tool that would help us do that. Because you have to propagate, you have to populate the MSAG data, and that depends on it being available. So I think that we're talking about two different problems.
But in the simplest form, MSAG could be a view of road center lines.
Sure.
I mean, you have the ESN left and right,
Yes.
the road.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with you, but the each of the fields is different. And we have gone through this in so many ways to know that there are no fields that are common between the I3 field definitions and the MSAG field definitions, which means that the source data has to maintain all of the fields. Right. You have to. But if you did that, then, you know, so that you're maintaining the right fields in the GIS database, then you could generate an accurate MSAG from that data, from the RCL layer. And the question is, you know, how hard is that? How many vendors do we have to do the right thing? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, you know, everything that's being discussed here, a vendor could write. So I don't take I mean, this is a bunch of volunteers doing yeoman work in service to 911, and I seriously appreciate it. And I'm asking for more.
Hello, you always ask for more, Brian. Jim Kringle's got his hand up as well.
Thanks, Andy. I just wanted to amplify something that Jeff said, direction he was going. Brian, we all agree with you. I think every vendor and probably a lot of the public entities have crossed this bridge. The gulf, though, is not generating an MSAG. It's putting that MSAG into use. So during the transition from the 911 database to the GIS being the system of record, when do we transfer responsibility from one system to the other? And that's been discussed an awful lot, but I don't think we have a clear understanding of when that is. I could generate an MSAG from my GIS all day long, but I could not get that into the 911 database.
I don't understand that, except in the mechanical sense of every MSAG vendor does this, has a different format for the actual data. That you should be able to derive a complete MSAG from the GIS data, and I definitely know jurisdictions who do that. That's their standard operating procedure. They generate their MSAG from their GIS. Now that the cases that I know, a specific GIS with a specific format generates a specific MSAG. That's not generalizable in a tool sense, but they do it, so it's definitely doable. It's the variation problem that I fear we're all talking about, right? And the part I know we can solve is the part that I think has to allow variation is the vendor stuff. The vendors have different formats. That isn't going to change. No one's investing anything in MSAG, so we're stuck with that. Everything else, I think we can solve.
Yes. And to your point, there are a number of jurisdictions that are maintaining what looks like an MSAG from the GIS data. And let's expand on your point a little bit and say that those are specific systems with specific environments, with specific agreements. I can't wake up one day as a 911 and say, hey, 911 database provider, I want you to use this new information. Most don't have agreements to do that. It has to be a very specific solution set and a local agreement has to be in place to allow the authority of the MSAG to be transferred to the GIS.
Unless
Yeah,
you
that's the
create a
part we- I
transitional,
agree.
unless you create a transitional standard. And I think Jerry had his hand up next. Jim,
Yeah.
if you've completed, I want to allow
Thank you.
Jerry to, and then Raymond, you're next.
So from the OSP perspective, what we're seeing is when a county, at a granular perspective, makes a migration from using Verizon Telephone as a 911 service provider and the holder of the MSAG to a next gen service provider from any one of the core service providers that are out there, they say, this is our new rule. And now Verizon is no longer the 911 service provider, but an originating service provider. And we go from a 0.4% error rate to a 50% error rate on every service order for our customer base, because the municipality did not say, thank you for the MSAG, let me make sure my GIS database matches it. It's simple. I mean, NENA has that simple, in theory, process established for years. And what we're finding is the municipalities who have the addressing authority, that is the underlying data set for the GIS system, aren't doing it. And it's untenable. And so anything that NENA can do to continue to encourage the processes that were developed years ago would be greatly appreciated, because the result is errors aren't being fixed in a timely manner, and they're unnecessary, unforced errors. That's why I had my hand up, and that's the first time I've spoken into this.
Yeah, Jerry, you were kind of cutting in and out, but I think I did you say that when switching or looking at the GIS that there was more errors compared to the legacy MSAG? I might have missed that. You were kind of, your voice is cutting in and out for me, at least.
One
Can't hear you.
I can't. Okay, I wanted to make sure it just wasn't me.
No.
Yeah, couldn't hear you.
In one county, 550% increase in errors.
Okay. Yeah, so there has to be just checks in place, but checks and balances in place before doing something like that to ensure what Jerry said doesn't happen, from error perspective. But definitely wanted to echo what Jim was saying, that you do have to have kind of sign off from the legacy MSAG service provider, and typically those are typically separate agreements. And I don't think we should necessarily speak to vendor specific stuff, but a lot of the times the legacy MSAG is managed under a separate contract, potentially than an EZNet provider, our contract for NGCS, or it could be coupled. But I just want to, throw that out there, that I think what Jim said is spot on, that you'd have to have, a service in place to do that, rather than just say, oh yeah, let's start using GIS to the legacy MSAG service provider. So,
I mean, most of the NG 911 systems that I know, the NGCS provider becomes the system service provider and supplies the system by which OSPs enter records in the alley equivalent. And those are the vendors that we care about.
yeah, right. So, and that's where if you do that and it is coupled, then the checks and balances have to come into play before just like doing a conversion to that.
Yes, I would agree. I think that if you're in a different situation where you have a traditional SSP, that we probably can't get where I'm trying to get us to.
I think, Brian, if you feel strongly about it, an ISF is probably the right path. And then obviously that would allow for additional comments and then for the DSC to consider whether or not that should get assigned to an existing working group.
Well, what I asked for was, could we do a tool as part of this work? And that might take an ISF to get done. I agree.
It might take an ISF and it also might, yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's as simple as a tool or if you would have to put words around the tool. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a larger discussion because even like in the chat, there are unique data elements for various providers and you know, the ability to have that discussion. Of course, Tom would know more about the ability to contain that discussion within GitHub than I would.
Well, can the tool be made that serves most people? Yes. I agree that probably needs to be put in an ISF. What we have done was we've built the shell, the foundation, that additional tools can be added in to assist, to build on previous work going down the road. So the idea of being able to update the domains, building in additional quality assurance and control checks. So when you load, say you ETL your data into a geo package or a file geodatabase, that you can run a QA/QC process to make sure that everything's valid. So we had a limited amount of time. The work we did, I think, was done in 10 weeks. Cheryl, is that correct? 10 or 12 weeks. It was pretty fast.
Yeah, I think we only had like 7 or 8 meetings total. Most of the work was done offline.
Yeah. And that is another note on kind of the value of the version control and using artifacts, is that rather than limiting any discussion to 90 minutes, 60 minutes, or 90 minutes once a week, people can take a look at it and then respond.
So Tom, there were some questions in the chat box too. There's one right now about the domains. Can you talk a little bit about why we did some domains and not others?
Sure, let me. So on the domains, I have my own comments about domains. When you download and use the domains and create a local copy, you can modify that however you want. If you're transferring, you need to respect those rules. But I'll give you an example, which is a lot of these domains, when we get down, say, for example, in the place type, I do not use, we use this because it's an explicit copy of STA 006. If I were, when I modify this, I would take airport and just put airport here. Otherwise, you're going to have a huge amount of data. The other is for pre and post types. I'm trying to find, it's a huge list in here. I know we use only a subset of these. So as long as what you're using is just a subset, you're more than welcome to make those changes. If you want to not populate the domains within the code, you can just comment out the domain. So the code is commented out. So around here on line 211 is where we start creating domains. If you don't want to create domains, you can just block comment out until it gets to the feature classes and it won't create those domains. So there's a lot of modifications that individual organizations can make. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, Matt Gerke has his hand up now.
I raised my hand because I could jump in quicker that way than typing. The other solution that to that domains, do you build them to use them or not? That Virginia has used is been go ahead and build the domain, but then you can tweak it when it's creating the feature class and turn off the field from using that domain. And that's another way to handle it. Just two different ways of implementing it.
Yeah, and what Matt is suggesting is that in these feature classes, as you go through, let's see, let me find one with the domain on it. I'm trying to remember where the domain hides in here. But yes, you can modify these as, I mean, that is the intent, is that there is one file for code and there's one file for the schema, and you can come in and modify this schema. It's just, I don't need all of the states in. I only need a couple. So we'll drop those out. So it's intended to be flexible. Let's see.
So do you want to talk a little bit more or get input from folks about dropping Postgres and using GeoPackage support?
Yeah, I'd love to hear. I think I was planning to discuss it with the data model working group, but would love to hear.
Since we have, folks outside the data model work group here, it might be a good time.
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but we're entertaining a new proposal in I3 to change the SI interface. And that new proposal would use GeoPackage. So there's moves afoot to use GeoPackage in the SI from the get-go.
Awesome. I think sounds like we're in alignment then.
Yeah, package is fun. GeoPackage has a lot of good use cases. Might be notable though that while we seem to have conversations that are flowing more towards relational databases, the industry of larger database world is flowing a little bit in the counter direction. That may just be a temporary thing, but it's worth noting that not every environment is going to benefit from the same solution. So I really appreciate.
But are you talking about?
I really appreciate what you guys have done with the variability and making options for how to use these tools. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
Sorry, what are you referring to? The fact that we're seeing a lot of NoSQL, which is certainly true, but you still can use a lot of relational concepts, indexes that point to other things, even though they're not true relational.
Agreed.
I do know there's some limitations with the SQLite that could potentially cause some problems. I mean, it is a duck type database, so you have to be, your front end systems have to be very careful. If we take a date timestamp, for example, date timestamp in SQLite or a GeoPackage is technically a text field. It doesn't run on the Linux epoch like many other databases do. So it will be a bit of a challenge to use GeoPackage. Some of the relations in GeoPackage in SQLite can be difficult. There's no metadata support. And maybe they've added that. I don't know. I haven't looked at a GeoPackage from a technical standpoint in quite some time. So it it's just, it makes more sense. Most organizations really don't know what to do with a PostGIS SQL dump. On the, awesome. Thanks, Guy. Guy mentioned that metadata is supported on geo packages. The other, on the usage of, just a editorial comment on using artifacts within the repository. I know there's a ISF out to update the repository rules. One of the questions we kind of tripped over was when we went to put it, and Cheryl, correct me if I say any of this wrong. You're my walking through this. But to vote on the document, it was kind of difficult to, the NENA procedures don't really think of repositories or artifacts as documents. And I know that was a bit of a discussion this morning. So there was it was difficult at times to walk the lines correctly. So it was a learning experience. What about working with new SQL database concepts? I assume that's NoSQL.
No, yeah, I hope so.
No, it is not NoSQL. It's as I said there, it's a blending of both relational concepts from traditional RDBMS world and some NoSQL concepts that you can bring together and have a more blended solution. Some of those would be able to handle. There's some of them that are even like time series databases now that are designed and developed specifically to handle like time series data for some of this type of work. So those might be some other different options that could blend what it sounds like you're needing in. It sounds like what we're needing into other options.
So as a Postgres nerd,
yeah,
one of my favorite data types is a JSON binary, because it is a structured garbage heap that you can pop data into. Unfortunately, that intermixing of relational and NoSQL is not well supported. It's very niche. I've probably been bugging vendors for 6 years to support JSON binary types or JSON data types, because they're just so efficient and flexible. So I agree, but we're kind of limited. Again, what we're creating is a transport package, not necessarily how it's being maintained internally. And I think that's an important differentiation. So some of those structures that would increase efficiencies for your internal systems are just not necessary for a transport format. We're just trying to set a standard that if I create a package and hand it to another data provider, they know the schema that they're going to receive. And so they can build a standardized ETL process to import data from adjoining agencies. We're not trying to develop the internal data management standard for your databases. We don't. Let alone just, yeah. GeoPackage perform in a cloud-based environment. Deepak, can you explain that question a little more?
Yeah, I just wanted to, try and understand, how, if the hosting is done on for example, on AWS or on a cloud, because primarily GeoPackage is an offline file-based format stored locally and which we can access, but, and it's been, it's very portable, but how would, in terms of scalability, and if you're hosting the entire environment on a cloud, how would it, perform? That's my question.
Well, it's a SQLite database. Again, that database is intended as a transport mechanism, not necessarily a hosting mechanism. If I were doing it in a cloud environment, I'd probably move it to a flat GeoBuff if it were me. If it weren't in a enterprise GIS system. There are tons of formats out there, and it kind of, again, the templates are not necessarily, I think we're getting into a discussion of how do we host it internally, rather than as a transport mechanism.
Okay, because then what about the collaboration features, so with respect to the GeoPackage, because it primarily does not offer a native support for multiple users to edit the data or simultaneously or track changes in real time. So, do we encounter, because I'm not a PSAP expert, but these are very general questions in terms of hosting and where we are looking at the i3 moving on to, the next generation i3, so that I think going forward, most of the CAD operators or the GIS operators would be having their systems on hosted on the cloud, for security and various other purposes, so.
But is there data management being done in the cloud or locally?
It depends on how the platform is, how the users are going to operate upon it, or the customers who are actually hosting this. Because if I want to offer a package, and if I cannot offer a native support, because I can't tell all the customers to change to a new support, but technically, because GeoPackage doesn't, it's an OGC consortium, and they really do not allow, there is no built-in collaboration features as of right now.
Yeah, I would not maintain my live editable data in a GeoPackage. I would maintain that in an enterprise in PostGIS or a vendor-specific GIS application. So,
Brian has.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brian has.
Same thing. That all the uses for GeoPackage we've talked about, including this one, are for moving data from one place to another and not for keeping it in a format. So the issues that Deepak has are not relevant. It's just how we move data, not how we edit it or maintain it or do anything with it. It's interchange, transport and interchange.
Agreed.
So,
and I don't agree with Brian on that because it doesn't, if you have data on the cloud, you can manage it and move it, edit it and store it, It is irrelevant to the user where they are keeping the data, It is just a storage mechanism. Like, you can have it on your local enterprise servers, but because, cloud offers you a better mechanism, it doesn't mean that you cannot edit, All the edits that what you see, the entire Amazon, the stock exchanges are all on the same thing.
Yeah, but again, most vendors who are offering cloud-based solutions are going to build that structure in something other than GeoPackage.
Okay.
It's rare.
Okay.
When we talk about GeoPackage, it's just a specialized SQLite database. They're used on your phone a whole bunch, but it is rare. In 25 plus years of doing GIS, I have used GeoPackages, and SQLite, going back to SpatialLite days, to transport data or put it up in a web application just temporarily as a static file. But it is rarely used as the default location. And Guy is correct. GeoPackage is just a transport container, not a storage medium.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any final questions for Tom before we move on to the last session?
Nice work.
Thank you. And again, could not have done it without all of the help from the data folks in the data model working group. Got just tons of great feedback and really made it execute much faster than we expected, especially after the years on V2 data model group. It was like, we got this done in 10 weeks. So appreciate everybody, Cheryl and Jason also. So thank you all.
Thank you, Tom. Mr. Blackwell, are you back to share your cookie story before we go into the last session?
I'm sitting in here with Amy now.
Are you? Fantastic. Will you share with everybody? Because I did send out the cookies and I was hoping you could share with them your story.
It's not, every time we go to, everybody knows that anybody that's gone to JCM knows how Delane would get us cookies that are great. And Sandy, I just think it's very thoughtful of you to carry on in that tradition, because we all appreciate what you're doing. Delane be mighty proud of you, because we're mighty proud of you, Sandy.
Thank you. We have a lot of new people to JCM, and that's why I wanted you to share.
Yep. Well, Delane would always get us a cookie, and I'd always tease her about when are we getting the cookie.
I do want to mention someone actually reached out to me yesterday and said they were brand new to JCM. They love it. The 2 work groups they were on shut down. Could I point them to new ones because they just want to get started again? So really appreciate, especially if you're a first time attendee to the joint committee meetings, that you're here. And I hope you've enjoyed the discussions, you've learned something, and that please know we have right now at least, because we have new ones starting, at least 35 active working groups held under 12, supposed to be 11 committees. 2 committees, data management, data structures, have been merged into one. I haven't yet received a new committee name, so I can move everything on the website, but please take a look. If you're not currently in an active working group and you want to participate, there's a reason why I say that, because this last session is mine. And I have something that I would like to talk with everybody about, because I would like, there are years and years of experience just sitting on this call, and would appreciate everyone's input. So when generally when someone takes over a new role, one of the first things, or at least what I do taking on a new role, is I kind of sit back and take an assessment of everything, like where are our processes and our procedures and how are things done, and what does it all look like? And so in doing that, especially because we have an ANSI audit coming up in September, I did just a very large document assessment of all of NENA's documents. And I want to share with you what I found is that document assessment. Oops, sorry, folks, this is me. Obviously, I'm not very good at presenting because here I am. I want to share with you the document assessment. I want to discuss some next steps, because I'm going to kind of do a spoiler alert. It's a large amount of documents that need to actually be assessed. And give me 1 second while I meet a bunch of folks. And then as a result of this, I kind of think we're going to need some new working group members and potentially some new working group co-chairs. We are always actually in need of new working group co-chairs, and wanted to discuss that a little bit about what that may look like. Okay, so NENA actually has procedures that require document reviews. Now I'm going to talk about 2 of them. There are plenty out there, but the 2 that I've really been focusing on. We are either do a document review at a 5-year review cycle. That is what we consider the maximum that we will perform a document review. The reason we choose a 5-year cycle, 5-year review cycle is because that's part of ANSI standards. And we have already decided as an organization, as a NENA development group, that, you know, what we will handle NENA documents the same that we handle ANSI standards documents in order to have one process. So at a maximum of 5-year review cycle. Then we also have what's in our documents as the next scheduled review date. And the next scheduled review date is actually the date that the working group can present to say, hey, you know, we really feel that this document needs to be reviewed in the next 2 years or 3 years, but less than obviously the 5-year requirement. The assessment did not focus on the next scheduled review date. I just focused on a 5-year review cycle. Now we have roughly around 140 documents, whether they're ANS documents being American National Standards, a NENA standard, INF, RQs, REFs, everything that's out there. We have roughly 140 of them. And when I did this assessment, I did it based on, is it beyond the 5-year review date? Is it approaching the 5-year review date, or is it just not due? Am I sharing my screen?
Yes, it's fine. Terry has a
Okay.
problem.
No, that's okay. Terry does not have a problem.
Well, I can go out and come back in. I'm
Yeah.
seeing.
And you see the red, yellow, and green because it's, you know,
Yes.
obviously that stoplight type of way of doing an assessment. Now, when it came to documents with an approval date, and the approval date specifically was the one listed on the website. Yes, sir.
One clarification, this set 5-year reaffirmation or reviewed period, is that for all documents or only the NC accredited documents?
It is for all NENA documents, regardless of its ANS status.
But
Well,
it is based on the NC process, right?
We have tried as best as we can in NDG 001 to keep the process between NENA documents and ANS documents the same.
Okay.
And currently we're on ADM01 current revision, and that is one document for all, one process for all types of documents, and there's a single date, 5 years.
And technically, the way it's been written is that a 5-year review cycle will actually be initiated at 3 years from the approval date of the board in order to meet the 5-year, because it actually takes time depending on what needs to happen with that document, even probably more specifically with an ANS document, because a BSR-8 form or something may need to be filed.
In other SEOs I've been involved in, the reaffirm documents through kind of a, you know, ballot type thing, right? And if the members do not feel there's anything to change, then it is automatically reaffirmed for 5 years. Is that something that you are considering here as well?
In NDG 001, we have discussed processes for reaffirm, revision, withdraw, stabilize maintenance. It does not necessarily mimic the process you just described. So if you would like to join the document management work group to be a part of those discussions, we would welcome it.
Okay, I will shut my mouth.
I wasn't scaring you away. It's honest. I mean, that's not the procedure that we've discussed. So as part of the assessment, we actually have about 83 documents that are in need of a 5-year review. And when I say they're in need of a 5-year review, one of them dates back to 2000. Okay, so it's about 18 years beyond its 5-year review. It is not an ANSI standard. So please, I want to make sure that everybody knows that it is a NENA. I think it's a NENA reference document, if I remember correctly. But I mean, obviously, based on our processes, it needs to be reached out and touched. In addition to those 83 documents, we actually have 12 additional documents that will meet their 5-year review date by Q2 and Q3 of this year. So now we're up to 95 documents that are in need of review in order to meet the 5-year review process. And as I'm noted here, we have now 7 of these documents are ANSI approved or proposed documents. 5 of them are already under revision. One's in review to determine its next steps. And then I have another one that's coming up in July that will hit its 5-year review. And I've already sent that to the committee co-chairs for their consideration, like, you know, how do you want to move forward? From a 5-year, excuse me, review not due, we have about 45 documents, and 18 of these documents will need to initiate their 5-year review process in 2023 based on that, the upcoming guidance from NDG 001 being that for a 5-year review process, we will start the process at year 3 in order to, you know, the goal is to accomplish that update before the 5 years hits. One is an approved ANS, so obviously that one will take priority. But if we are going to stick with the recommendations that are coming up in NDG 001, then that 95 now adds an additional 18 that we'll need to initiate some processes on in 2023. Now, I've been considering what some next steps may be, and I've been talking with Brandon about this. He apologizes he wasn't here for this conversation, but as you know, he had some travel that was unplanned prior to JCM being put in place. Now, part of the process that we're considering, there's a few ways we can go. Now, not all of these documents are sitting under a specific committee. In full transparency, a lot of the documents are under the 911 Core Services Committee, but they're not all there. And so a possible process could be obviously to distribute per committee, obviously dealing with the oldest document date. I have also in my assessment broke out the quarter, like the calendar quarter, for each document based on its approval date, because another idea is we should probably stagger these by quarter. We certainly don't want in 5 years another 95 documents to show up that are in need of a 5-year review. That's just not sustainable. With that, based on the NDG's, you know, new states of reaffirmation, revision, retired, and archived, that's also going to be one of those first steps. Like, so even if this was presented to the committee co-chairs for consideration, that the first thing we need to decide is which one of these do you want to do. Now, we do have some out there that retired or stabilized maintenance. Stabilized maintenance means it's something a little bit different. Stabilized maintenance is actually a 10-year review period. But however, there are some other ANSI requirements that have to be in place before you can actually move to stabilized maintenance. We have potentially one document that might meet that in another 5 years, if I remember correctly. So like a good example of a retired document would be, we have a NENA standard on the minimum training requirements. I think it's training requirements for TTY TDD. Now, that's a perfect document for retirement, simply because that document will always be in place as long as the DOJ requires that a PSAP has to have a TDD in place per ADA. So there's nothing really we could do. The technology is already there. There's not going to be an improvement to the technology. So they may decide to go ahead and retire the document. And as was described earlier today, retired means, you know, we're looking to archive it, but it's still relevant and/or still being referenced. So the first thing is going to have to be decided is which path are we going to take on all these documents. Some of them probably need to be archived or withdrawn based on, obviously, if it's an ANS. So those are some of the decisions that would have to go into that. What specifically the next step process will look like going forward from this perspective is we'll have to discuss with the Development Steering Council members, but was kind of looking for some feedback without actually seeing the data. I'm happy to pull up my spreadsheet, but it's ugly. Anybody have any better ideas on how to try to tackle the backlog?
I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see it. Your hand is up, Guy. I'm sorry.
First, I appreciate your comment about retired, because as a retiree, a retiree. I'm not yet ready for being archived, so I appreciate that. To your question, I would think it would be best to assign those documents to the appropriate committee, understanding that the committee structure has changed over time. So those 20-year-old document may not actually fit to an existing committee anymore, but perhaps it's new version of it should be assigned this effort.
Well, let me ask the folks on the document management work group, and this just came to me, otherwise I would brought it up previously on a work group call. We have been working on processes for this. Do we think with the backlog we need to have, should we follow those processes knowing that they could be take a great deal of time, or should there be a different process in place to try to get the backlog taken care of?
I think you've raised an excellent point. And I guess that my opinion on that is that we should write into the guide, because wherever we talk about all of the NENA documents, I guess that is in this document in NDGO, that we say explicitly, because we have so many documents that are not gone through this 5-year review, the review period for those documents may be extended at the discretion of the DSC to 10 years.
Do you think there needs to be an initial look over the document? I guess part of my challenge, or what I was thinking of, is going to be a challenge for the DSC and working groups as a whole, is we continually get new ISFs, and we even have ISFs out there that haven't been taken up yet, right? Because of limited amount of work groups and co-chairs and volunteer time. And how do you balance all that?
Honestly, I think that let me remind people what the process actually is in the proposed NDGO one. The committee chairs to which the document is a part of, or was a part of, decides whether or not there is a work group that covers that owns this document. And if there is, then the work group has to decide what to do. And if there isn't, then it either creates a new working group or convenes a group of experts to review the document. So that's a piece of committee chair work to do, to decide who will make the recommendation of what to do. And then that's a recommendation, and the DSC approves that recommendation to assign it to one of these things. I think that we need to go through that process, but I believe that we can delay going through that process for some set of documents for some number of years, which is effectively changing the review cycle. And I think that I'm perfectly happy to let the DSC do it, which means they're going to turn to their committee chairs and say, well, you handle your docs and tell the rest of us DSC what to do. And each of those committee chairs should go through their documents and decide which ones we can postpone the review of and which ones we ought to do soon.
Yeah.
Sandy,
Tom,
we
I
have a
think-
couple folks with hands up.
Yes.
I'm kind of timely on this. I like where Brian ended up and everything he said. When you said something originally, Brian, that got my hand up, but then everything you said, I almost wouldn't have raised my hand, but I do want to clarify that when you get to that step that Brian explained correctly, that where the DSC can make the final yes or no, we can delay these. You can in fact delay some stuff that's ANSI, but some stuff that's ANSI you cannot delay. And so just keep that in mind. While I support everything Brian said is the way to go to get there, but some things that are ANSI can't be delayed, or we can lose the ANSI certification on them publicly.
So we would decide ANSI would not apply to that backlog review.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, there's the ANSI requirements specify certain things, certain conditions that could allow what Brian's describing, even for an ANSI certified document. But if you don't meet those conditions, then you can't do that. You have to meet the schedule. But for things that aren't ANSI, what Brian said is absolutely perfect.
Did you forget to put your hand out, or did you put it back up, sir?
No, I'd never.
Thank you, Tom.
I never put it down.
Okay.
So maybe I misunderstood the question, but I think, you know, what Brian said and how I have better understanding of the process is that whatever effort has to be done will be appointed to where the expertise lie and
That's right.
lies. So that's fine. I'm fine with that. Do I understand that as now the proposal on the table is there going to be two different process for review, one for NC documents and one more relaxed for non-NC documents? That proposal on the table?
No, it's one process, but there are different time frames. There are some requirements that are different.
Right.
Different relaxed timelines on the non-NC documents, right?
Yeah, I think that the non-ANSI documents are at NENA's discretion to change the timeline if that's what we wanted to do. But they should, as Brian described, they should all get at least looked at. Some of the non-ANSI ones might be, you know, important enough and or not, okay, but important enough that they should be updated. You know,
Or simply reaffirmed. I mean, when you reaffirm a document, don't change anything. At least you tell the public, you know, we've looked at that document. We believe it's still current. We don't have to change anything, and it's still applicable.
That's one of the outcomes of the review, is to say that we affirm that document doesn't need to be updated. It's still valid as is.
Yeah.
Right, and that's a valid concern. And Mike, I see that your hand's up, and you'll be next, sir. I co-chair the work group for non-conventional means of communicating with legacy PSAP, and I had put forth a legacy standard, and for one of the first responses was, wow, that thing's really old. I said, it is really, because it hadn't been looked at in over a decade. I said, it is really old, but luckily we're dealing with legacy. But I think the confidence that one feels in the document is in part based on the the review dates. No different than you going to a website and you're going, wow, this is some really old content on here. I'm going to go somewhere different, right? And so I think that it does need to be done. Mike, you had your hand up, sir.
Well, I wanted to mention an option that you could add to your selection when you get around to deciding what to do. In agency systems, we set up a working group, which is still on NENA Workspace today. It's called Agency Systems Committee Document Review Working Group. It gets the normal NENA Workspace presence and folders and discussions and all that. It's a sort of a dynamic group in the sense that when there was a core group of people who would be asked to look at the old agency systems documents. And when they discovered one that needed work, they recruited the SMEs for that particular document. And a good example was the master clock, when that it was determined that the master clock document needed to be reviewed. So we went out and we found some of the remaining master clock people in the community, and they got them on the working group, and they reviewed the document and published the ANS version. So one option is to let the committees host a document review working group that does that sort of thing. It's a slight variation on what Brian said, where he said collect some SMEs to do it, but basically the SMEs in the case of agency systems had a home called the document review working group.
I said that the committee chairs could create a work group that would cover that.
Yep.
Well, I think the difference is in this case, Brian, that this is a continuing group whose membership changes depending on the task.
Yeah,
It's fine, it's still a work group.
Yeah, I think what Mike's showing is a classic example that's already there and has proven its value of what you said, Brian, is that the chairs, according to the process, they could create a working group. Agency system's already done so, so they're proof that it works.
That's fine. I have no problem with them creating a work group whose job it is to do this. No problem.
Right. I think it's good. Terry had a hand up.
Miss Terry, did you have a comment, ma'am?
Yeah, I put it back down because, you know, all I can see is that as the committee chair for the 911 Core Services Group, where a ton of these documents are going to get dumped, I can tell you that neither, you know, Steve nor I have time to handle that volume of review, or, you know, we're going to need more help because frankly, none of the vast majority of those documents aren't going to fall under an existing working group, right? They're things that have been shuffled around, you know, or old network type documents, you know, so.
And that was part of my concern, was the impact it would have to the committee co-chairs. Now, to go back to what Brian was saying about the process, it's just up to the committee co-chairs to say, what do we want to do with it? But you have to, I would imagine you'd have to take a look at the document to make a decision, right? Like, are we going to form a work group? Unless, to go back to what Mike offered, as a committee, you just develop that work group or subgroup that falls underneath the committee. I guess it would be a working group that does just has the purpose of document review and document management for the committee.
I mean, I think that structure makes sense. I'm just afraid that, well, and I haven't seen what the list of documents are, but I suspect they will require, you know, significantly different expertise from one to the next. So yeah, so while there's some flexibility, you know, in the structure that Mike described, you know, about the membership of that working group, I mean, I guess I can't really judge till I see what the list of documents are, but.
I know, and I didn't mean for this to be a hand grenade. Just,
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, right.
Not a lot of way to avoid it. The other obvious challenge to the process itself, and certainly can't fall on, it can't really all fall on the existing, you know, work committee chairs. And that's the actual humans that are going to be willing to serve on that document review working group, or multiple groups if applicable.
True. Guy, sir, is your hand up?
Yes. Well, to me, there's not too much options here. It's either committee chairs or co-chairs, or, you know, staff that handles that. You know, there's not that many options, right? And you know, unless you walk away from this whole thing and say, well, you know, those documents will die by themselves. I think, you know, there's you know, we have to assign this work to somebody. That being said, that wasn't really why I raised my hand. It was more about the categories that we have here. I just want to clarify something. When you get into the archive, and that's the NENA terminology, and I don't relate that to the ANS terminology of withdraw, or are they supposed to be equivalent? Because withdraw, to me, it means that this document should no longer be used and actually will eventually disappear. Equivalent to obsolete.
Both of those categories would be that, Guy. I mean, you're correct. This is Tom. You're correct. But the meaning is ultimately the same. NENA uses the archive for one reason that I'm aware of, maybe for 10 more. And that's because in our field, you know, non-public safety, 911 keyword public, you know, government interaction, what have you, the need to have the old documents be able to be looked at and see how they were doing and all is because of the laws and regulations that might be out there that someone might challenge and say, oh, you're doing that wrong. And you have to be able to go back and say, I'm doing it the way it was done in that old document.
Mr. Burton, I think you had your hand up. Victor.
But just to clarify, this, I'm sorry,
No,
before,
that's okay, Guy.
that means that NENA documents will never disappear. They will always be available online somewhere. And, you know, in 5 years from now, when everybody will be on next generation one, you know, will have completely disappeared. I know, I'm dreaming. ENR1 documents will still be around.
That I might not be, but I think you're correct that the documents, according to NENA's current policy of why they keep them, would probably still be out there as an archive document.
And honestly, part of the reason we tried to put a definition around archived and create a definition of retired was when it came to light, at least that me and Brandon were aware of, that there wasn't actually a definition for archive for NENA. We were archiving documents, but we actually didn't have a definition as to what was actually an archive document. And because without that definition, you couldn't technically archive a document. And then in those discussions, it kind of came up, well, sometimes you have this document that's just kind of in limbo. It's not really archived, like I mentioned, the TTY TDD document. It's not really it's not archived, but we're not gonna, the only thing we could do is reaffirm it or revise or do a revision. But with the retired status, we could make it equivalent to ANSI's stabilized maintenance and put a 10-year review process on it. Right, so we're not having to touch it every 5 years. So,
By the way, if you searched for a lot of our NENA documents online, as we had to do in some of our processes on the working group, you will discover that you can get them in a lot of places that aren't NENA. You can get them in state or local government sites, or sometimes schools and universities, or have copies of our documents, and if you search for them, you can download them, and they won't say archived on them.
no, but that's another thing we have to consider is, are we going to do a watermark that shows retired or archive, some sort of explanation that goes, or even, that's part of the template we would have to figure out from a process point of view.
Well, they're not official sources, so you use them at your own risk.
Use them at your own risk, correct?
That's right. But Sandy, I thought that Delane had actually started, when she was moving stuff to archive, had actually changed the watermark, without a big fanfare of publication.
I
thought
don't
she
know.
Either started it or intended to start it.
The ones that are currently on the standards list that have not been moved to that other page I looked at a couple of them, they didn't have the watermark. I'll look again for sure. And Mr. Burton, you've been waiting to talk.
Yeah, but I think maybe my question was addressed. What I was going to ask, I mean, I haven't heard the term, but comparing it to software and backlogs, we have a limited set of resources and too much work. So is these categories meant to prioritize, to look at all the documents and then prioritize them, especially in light of what NENA is currently focused on now, like NG 911 and other more current work, and look at these documents and say, well, does it need to be addressed sooner rather than later?
Yes, so a reaffirmation would be every 5 years, a revision would be every 5 years, retired would technically be every 10, and then archived you wouldn't have to look at again, right? So it would just be a more thoughtful document management process.
Okay.
Mr. Cunningham?
Yeah, I just want to point out, right, this really kicks the can down the road, and some of these will become deprecated, retired, whatever, right? But if we can constantly have like 60% of the documents need to be reviewed every 3 years, you're still going to have like a lot of work every 3 years. Is there any thought into maybe staggering this or putting it into a controlled measure afterwards? Maybe not waiting the full 5 years to do some of the documents, to spread it out.
Yes, that was part of what I was thinking about, but wasn't quite sure how to stagger it. I'm almost wondering if we can do an initial assessment, say, if part of that initial assessment, it's determined that that the document should be retired, well, then we're easily able to put that on a 10-year review, and then it moves it out of that 5-year review cycle. Archive would do the same thing. If we just put some eyes, maybe the reference document from 20 years ago, 23 years ago, really could be archived and obviously not have to come back up. So I'm just wondering if maybe we have to do a hard look at the backlog right now in order to make it more manageable going forward. Brian, you've been patient, sir. Thank you.
Yes, it occurs to me that there's no limitation of moving a document from any state to any other state. We could decide to move a retired document to reaffirmation. So an expedient. It's a technical hack, but it would clearly work. Do a really quick pass. Take 90% of the documents and make them retired. And then at your leisure, go back and look at them much harder and decide what their real state is.
I love that idea.
It's interesting.
Tom?
That's interesting. I thought I was still muted. It's interesting idea. It should be looked at. I was going to ask you, Sandy, have you had actually done any deep enough, I know you're not busy, but deep enough look to if the non-ANSI documents that are in this backlog, especially if we just did what Brian just suggested, you know, if we just said for all those non-ANSI things, we're going to put them on hold in Brian's process he just named. How bad is the backlog?
We only have 17 ANS. I think it's either approved or proposed. Proposed meaning that they're, you know, like your document, you're working towards, you know, ANS. So from an ANS perspective, it's not that bad. I mean, you're not even 10%, right? But
Well, how many are, you said that they were
over 10.
Yeah, I mean, you said it's like 10%. I mean, to me, it sounds like what Brian just proposed has a lot of merit and should be looked at as a way to get past this current backlog that we don't have resources to resolve, and you know, and focus on the ones that ANSI puts demands on that require us to resolve them.
Yeah, I'm loving that idea too. And there is another idea that Brandon wanted me to bring to the group for discussion. And this has been brought up in the document management work group. Now, we learned recently on a webinar attendance with ANSI on reaccreditation and audits that they have what's called an ANSI technical reports. And in the bullets listed here, these are basically what applies to ANSI technical reports. Now, after the backlog's done, right, because this is, you obviously wouldn't want to put all of your documents into an ANSI basket until you've got them cleaned up. But what we could do in order to have a single process for everything that NENA does is make them all ANSI applicable, whether it's an ANSI standard or it's an ANSI technical report. Now, admittedly, and when I share this link here goes to the description of a technical report. It's not as much of a lift. It's not like the ANSI requirements that go with an ANS with an actual standard.
It sounds like it would apply to our what we call an info document.
Right.
Yeah, to our info, our reference documents.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And honestly, even REQ, because an REQ is supposed to be the first step towards a standard, right?
Yes, I mean, it's a pre-step to a standard, but
yeah,
I don't know that you would say that.
Requirements have shall statements in it, though, I think.
Yeah, right. I don't think you could say it doesn't have normative language.
Yeah, it definitely has normative language, but but in other words, of the X number of ones in this backlog that are NENA documents, even if they're ANSIs, if they're info documents, they should be able to jump into this category as you've explained it. it sounds, reading your bullets there, we may have to go at an administrative level, go change the front page, to put a parenthetical of ANSI technical report, in addition to calling it a NENA info document or something along those lines, but that should be administrative.
I think a lot of our processes now, actually, if we would move it to this technical reports, if decided on from a NENA procedure point of view, could eliminate time, because an ANSI technical report doesn't require the public review part of the process, just the 30-day ANSI standards action announcement. Now, NENA may want to decide as part of our processes that we like the public review because of the feedback, and it does allow for openness and visibility to what we do and commenting, right? A lot of times it improves what we put out there, but it doesn't require it. E, do you have you have your hand up?
Yeah, yes, I do have a comment on this. In my experience, in other words, these deals, namely the technical reports are actual very specific assessments of something that, a working group is providing an opinion on and potential, solutions to address a specific aspect. The INF document that we have are not necessarily that. So, and so I'm not sure exactly why we would put an INF or designate an INF as a technical report. You mentioned that you would cut time in the review, but I would think that the INF that we have are highly benefit from public review, because they are not, an assessment of a very specific aspect. They are providing guidance. They are guidelines. Most of the time they are guidelines, or they are companion document for operation, purposes associated with a standard. So I'm not saying this as bringing a lot of benefits.
And I don't disagree with you. So ANSI does not require the public review, but as I mentioned, we find value in a public review. So that would be completely NENA procedural, whether or not to keep the public review aspect of an INF. I guess an INF that comes in mind to me is GIS data stewardship. GIS data stewardship, a lot of that document actually is just telling you how to support data models, CLDXF, all these other standards that are out there, right? And point directly back to those documents.
Exactly. I mean, that's a companion document. Yeah.
Correct. And even in our presentations, Cheryl, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like 6 or 8 documents that are actually that document's tied into. Tom, did you have further discussion on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say what you said about that we're not restricted from having, in other words, you said it right when you said that could be a NENA procedural decision, where the use of the technical report doesn't prohibit, nothing that I see in your bullets prohibits that we could still go do it. We're just not required to. But I wanted to ask Terry Reese a question. I wonder, Terry, out loud, I wonder is this why Addis publishes so many things as technical reports? I wonder if they've known this categorization a little more deeply than we have.
I don't know, because if you talk to the Addis folks, they kind of waffle back and forth about the fact that all documents that are generated are Addis standards, but there's very little that at least that I've been involved in, that's been generated, that's an American national standard.
Right.
So I think that, whether or not they're adhering to these definitions, these ANSI definitions of these document types, I think they've kind of, defined, like we have an information document, we have different, STA documents, whatever, they've kind of just defined their own document types as well, but I don't see them being tightly coupled with this, the ANSI definitions, because I don't think there are that many that they publish that are actually American national standards.
Okay, that might have been a rat hole, Sandy, I'm sorry.
No, because Brandon brought up the same thing. He had the same question, so I'm glad that you asked it. Mike, you have your hand up, sir.
Yeah, a question, Sandy. I must have missed why you presented this as an option. It's not, I didn't hear any reason why we would consider going back to ANSI when we don't have to, and why we wouldn't normally prefer INF, and also whether technical reports sort of eliminates any of the operational INFs that we have.
So the idea is if we're going to function, if our procedures are going to be one process, whether a NENA or an ANS document, would there be value in converting the majority of our documents to ANS or, to an ANSI type of document in order, just more for cohesiveness, right? Instead of having to continually refer to a NENA document or an ANSI approved document.
Well, I guess I don't understand why we would want to adopt the notion that we have to do a standards action announcement or any of these other ANSI related patent policies. Especially for some of our REF stuff, which could be a pamphlet, a brochure, or a video.
I'm not saying it would apply to everything. I mean, there are obviously requirements to a technical report.
I don't see the advantage of using a technical report unless we were going to take some things that are currently ANSI standards and make them ANSI technical reports. And I think that's a subject that is beyond this discussion.
But so then I'm confused about how the notion that we have like all of these INFs and all, how that ties back into the original discussion of these 5-year reviews and all.
Because
is there
our
any
process,
distinction then between what an ANS has to go through, and what an information document has to go through?
I mean, the 5-year thing exists because our process treats all documents alike. And the current process and the new process treats all documents alike, although it has additional requirements for ANSI documents. And we are violating our own current process, and we are violating our proposed new process because we are not reviewing our documents in a timely manner. I don't think the solution is to move a bunch of documents that are not currently ANSI documents to become ANSI documents.
Yeah, I don't either, but I don't understand
No,
why we're shooting ourselves in the foot by saying we have to keep them all the same.
I most certainly was not proposing that, Brian. I'll drop back to what I said to begin with. Anything that's not an ANSI document should follow what you had proposed before to put it in delay. Okay, take it off the table. ANSI doesn't care about it. Our focus only needs to be on ANSI. That's where I was at that subject, is my suggestion. I mean, is that take the idea you threw out there, apply it to the non-ANSI documents that we think are a part of this backlog. Magically, they're no longer a part of the backlog. Focus on the remaining ones that would only be ANSI. And if any of those happen to be ANSI documents that on the front page say NENA information document, if we've actually published any of those, because we followed the process for all document types, the infos that are already ANSI, not ones that we should go make ANSI info, the ones that if there's any there, I saw where they could fall into this category.
I believe that there are no documents that are ANSI documents that are not STDs.
Then this point would be the bottom. We have maybe just reached the bottom of that rabbit hole.
Yeah, I think Brandon was thinking that INFs could fall under technical report.
I hope not. We need to keep
ANSI. There are no current ANSI INFs.
Yeah.
No, there are no current ones. This would be a future path.
And if NENA is going to continue to publish INFs as NENA INFs and not bother to make them ANSI, then there will be no need to ever have to call them technical reports. We'll just apply whatever timeline we want to apply to info documents.
And I'd like to suggest that this whole subject is out of scope for the current document, current problem We have enough work with the current problem, and we
Well,
should not talk about future things we might do with non-STA ANSI documents.
I will convey your sentiments on that, your sentiments on that, because and it's not being implied that it should go in the current document. It was a discussion because it was new information that was received recently.
Right.
And we weren't sure what the relevance would be to what our processes on or the value, right?
Thank you for showing it to us, but no thanks.
Yeah.
So I guess in order to wrap this up, I just want to do, I need to ask if we have we need working group members and co-chairs. Specifically, we need co-chairs. We have some really great work group co-chairs. They get, I'm going to use the term regurgitated over multiple working groups. It is a lot of work. It's exhausting. But having new working group co-chairs would be valuable to us, especially with all the work that needs to be completed. If there is anybody who is interested, there is a leadership application online. If you just go to the NENA Development Group page, either where it describes the Development Steering Council or any of the committees, it's at the very bottom as one of the files. You can just put in your application now. And then I just want to remind everybody that there is training planned for at NENA 2023 on Sunday, June 18th on managing NENA work groups. And if you think you'd be interested in that training, when the PowerPoint's made available, the link is there, so you can go sign up. If anything, just shoot me an email. That is all I have. I think that's all the discussion I can handle.
Sandy, just a suggestion that maybe is a DSC kind of thing, but in the ITF, there's a process or at least a convention that deals with this particular issue. And there's two pieces to it. One is that for many work groups, either deliberately or kind of accidentally as a consequence of people just moving on in their jobs, they rotate chairs more often than we do. So chairs change in the ITF more often. And the convention that really works well is they try really hard to bring new people in as a co-chair to a working group that has a very experienced other co-chair. And then they make one of the responsibilities of that very experienced co-chair mentoring the new one. And that works great. And we should consider some of that.
And I agree, because my entire experience with NENA has been in a co-chair capacity. The first time was with two, other co-chairs who had no experience. The second time, again, no experience. And then I was the senior person. How scary was that? And then, of course, I was able to finally co-chair with Cheryl Benjamin, who has tons of experience, right? And that really opened my eyes to processes and honestly put me on track, probably realistically, for being the committee resource manager. So if you're not in love with me in this role, blame Cheryl. But I'm just joking, Cheryl. But she really, and even during this transition, she has been very supportive of me. But I absolutely agree with you, Brian. Had I not been placed with Cheryl to learn those processes and about rotating responsibilities as co-chairs, right, to share the workload, get the new experiences, then I wouldn't have the abilities that I have today, and I still have tons to learn, which is why I bring these conversations to you as a think tank, if you will.
Now's a good time to thank you again, Sandy, for a great job on your first JCM. Super.
Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I was super nervous, but I knew I was with professionals and this was going to be fantastic.
And you're getting some reactions in the crowd. I don't know if you can see this, but I think I'm not the only one who appreciates your work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody. This is the wrap to our first virtual JCM. Now that I'm embarrassed, and hopefully you can't see you can't see my blushing, because unlike Brian, I don't have my camera on where I can get caught. But this is the wrap to it. Please, if you have notes, don't forget to get them turned in. Work group co-chairs, don't forget to review this JCM with your work group on your next agenda. Make it as either a first announcement or a new business, because I think it's important the information is brought back to them, as it's going to impact some of what you do going forward. I'm still trying to figure out how to get the videos up there, but please give me some time, but know that the videos, the plan is right now to have those available to you, as well as from those that are collecting notes. I still need to sift through the chats and send you what is only relevant to you. I don't want to send you the whole thing and have you try to sift through them. I think that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Sandy.
Sandy.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Say goodbye now.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you. Bye.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here.